Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1: The Age of Dreams and the Coming Darkness. In the time before time was broken, when the world of Kryn turned in its celestial dance beneath 3 moons of silver, red, and black, there existed an age of such splendor that mortals dared to believe themselves the equals of gods. The cobblestone streets of Istar gleamed like polished marble beneath the eternal spring sun, and the towers of the great temple complex rose so high they seemed to pierce the very fabric of heaven itself. Here, in this crown jewel of civilization, the king priest of Istar held dominion over a realm that stretched from the blood-red deserts of the east to the storm-tossed shores of the western seas. The king priest, whose true name has been lost to the ages like smoke upon the wind, was a man of such righteousness that his very presence was said to cause evil to wither and die. His hair, white as fresh snow, framed a face unmarked by age or corruption, and his eyes held the terrible certainty of one who has never known doubt. In the great temple of Paladine, surrounded by walls of white marble veined with gold, he would kneel before the altar each dawn and commune with the gods of light, receiving visions and prophecies that guided his rule. Yet even in this golden age, shadows gathered at the edges of paradise. The king priest's righteousness had become something harder, colder than the warm light of Paladine. His priests walked the streets in robes of spotless white, their faces stern with the burden of moral judgment, seeking out even the smallest transgressions against the divine order. A merchant who cheated a customer by a single copper piece might find himself cast into the dungeons beneath the temple. A woman who spoke harshly to her neighbor could be sentenced to months of penance. The very air of Istar grew thick with the weight of imposed perfection. In the great library of the temple, scrolls and tomes spoke of an ancient prophecy, written in the flowing script of the elves who had walked Kryn since its birth. The words, illuminated in gold and silver ink upon vellum made from the hide of white dragons, told of a time when the balance of the world would be tested. Good and evil, law and chaos, creation and destruction, all would hang in the scales of cosmic justice, and the actions of mortals would tip that balance toward salvation or damnation. But the king priest, in his terrible certainty, believed he could rewrite the very laws of existence. He gazed upon the poverty that still existed in distant lands, upon the wars that raged between nations, upon the small cruelties that mortals visited upon one another, and declared them all abominations that must be cleansed from the world. In his private chambers, high atop the tower of high sorcery that had been gifted to the church, he would spend long hours in meditation, his mind reaching out across the planes of existence, seeking the power to impose his vision of perfect good upon all creation. The gods themselves watched with growing unease as their most devoted servant began to demand rather than request their aid. Paladine, the platinum dragon, whose breath was said to be the light of stars themselves, felt his heart grow heavy as the prayers from Istar changed from humble supplication to imperious command. Mishakal, the healing hand, wept tears of liquid silver as she saw how the king priest's followers turned her gifts of compassion into weapons of judgment. Even Kirijolith, god of just war, began to withdraw his favor as he witnessed the temple's soldiers march not to defend the innocent, but to enforce an increasingly rigid interpretation of righteousness. The people of Istar, for their part, lived in a state of fearful reverence. The streets were indeed clean, Crime was virtually unknown, and disease had been all but eradicated by the blessing of the gods channeled through the king-priest's will. Yet laughter had grown rare, and music was permitted only in praise of the divine. Children played quietly in the shadows of the great temple, their games monitored by white-robed clerics, who ensured that even their innocent diversions conformed to the highest moral standards. In the marketplaces, merchants conducted their business with scrupulous honesty, not from virtue but from terror of the consequences of even the appearance of impropriety. Artists created only works that glorified the gods and the king-priest's reign, their creativity channeled into increasingly elaborate representations of divine triumph over mortal weakness. The very act of questioning the perfection of this ordered world had become heresy, punishable by exile or worse. Yet it was precisely this perfection that contained the seeds of its own destruction. For in seeking to eliminate all evil from the world, the king-priest had forgotten a fundamental truth that even the gods themselves acknowledged, that good without the possibility of evil is not good at all, but merely the absence of choice. The balance that had existed since the creation of the world, the delicate dance between light and shadow that gave meaning to both, was being slowly strangled by the weight of imposed virtue. In the secret councils of the gods, debates raged with an intensity that shook the very foundations of the outer planes. Takhisis, the queen of darkness, laughed with bitter satisfaction as she watched the forces of light turn rigid and cruel. She whispered to her draconic children and fiendish servants that their time would come again, that the overreach of absolute good would create a vacuum that only absolute evil could fill. The neutral gods, led by Gilean the Book, argued for patience, for the slow correction of the world's course through gentle guidance rather than dramatic intervention. But Paladin and his allies among the gods of light faced a terrible choice. To allow the king-priest to continue his reign would be to see the very concept of good perverted beyond recognition. Yet to stop him would require an act so catastrophic that it would shake the faith of mortals for generations to come. The debates continued through seasons that passed like heartbeats in the realm of the gods, while on Kryn below, the king-priest's power grew ever greater and his demands ever more presumptuous. The final moment came on a day when the sun shone with unusual brightness over Istar, as if the very heavens were holding their breath. The king-priest, now aged beyond mortal years but sustained by divine power, stood alone in the innermost sanctum of the great temple. Before him lay the crown of power, an artifact of such holiness that it was said to contain fragments of the original light of creation. For years he had gazed upon it, knowing that to don the crown would grant him power equal to the gods themselves. On this day, he reached for it with hands that trembled, not with age, but with the magnitude of his ambition. As his fingers closed around the circlet of platinum and starlight, he spoke words that would echo through history like the tolling of a funeral bell. I am the master of good. I will not permit evil to exist. By right of virtue I claim dominion over all creation. The crown settled upon his brow, and for one shining moment he felt the power of the gods flow through him like liquid fire. He could see every corner of Kryn laid bare before his divine sight, every heart exposed to his judgment, every soul ready to be perfected by his will. In that instant of supreme triumph, he understood that he had become the very thing he had always been meant to be, the perfect ruler of a perfect world. But the gods had heard his words, and their judgment was swift and terrible. From Paladin came sorrow deeper than the deepest ocean. From Mishakal came disappointment sharper than the finest blade. From all the gods of light came a unified response that shook the foundations of existence itself. You have forgotten your place, mortal. You have perverted our gifts and made mockery of our love. If you would rule as a god, then face the consequences of divine wrath. The sky above Istar began to change, though none save the most learned astronomers understood what they were seeing. Where once the stars had wheeled in their eternal dance, now there appeared a new light, growing brighter with each passing hour. At first, it seemed like nothing more than an unusually brilliant star. But as days passed, its true nature became horrifyingly clear. It was not a star at all, but a mountain of fire and stone, torn from the very heart of a distant world, and hurled across the void by the combined will of the gods. The king-priest, in his tower, felt the first tremors of approaching doom, but refused to acknowledge what his hubris had wrought. His priests came to him with reports of strange portents, of dragons seen in distant skies, of the dead walking in the borderlands, but he dismissed these as the final struggles of evil against the inevitable triumph of good. Even as the mountain of fire grew larger in the sky, casting its hellish light upon the white walls of Istar, he continued to believe that his righteousness would shield him from all harm. On the night before the cataclysm, a silence fell over Istar, unlike any that had ever been known. No birds sang, no insects chirped. Even the wind itself seemed to hold its breath. In the great temple, the eternal flames that had burned for centuries suddenly guttered and died. The holy water in the consecrated fonts turned bitter and dark. The very stones of the temple began to weep, tears of blood, as if the building itself knew what was to come. The king-priest stood alone in his chamber, the crown of power heavy upon his brow, and for the first time in decades, doubt crept into his heart like poison. He fell to his knees before the altar of Paladine and raised his voice in prayer, but the words that came from his lips were no longer commands but desperate pleas. "My lord," he whispered, "if I have erred, show me the way back to your grace. If I have strayed from your path, guide me home." But it was too late. The mountain of fire filled the sky now, its surface crawling with flames that burned in colors that had no names. The very air began to scream as it was torn apart by the passage of the divine projectile. Across Krynn, those with the gift of foresight fell to their knees and wept, for they could see the future unfolding like a map of sorrow. The age of dreams was ending, and the age of darkness was about to begin. When the mountain struck, it was with such force that the very shape of the world was changed forever. The impact created a sea where once had been the heart of a continent, and the shock waves raced around the globe like the footsteps of angry gods. Mountains crumbled, rivers changed their courses, and entire nations were swallowed by the earth. The beautiful city of Istar, with its gleaming towers and perfect streets, vanished beneath the roiling waters of what would come to be known as the Blood Sea of Istar. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, as the dust settled and the screaming winds died away, the survivors crawled from the ruins of their world to find that everything they had known was gone. The gods, disgusted by mortal presumption, withdrew their direct presence from the world. The clerics who had once channeled divine power found their spells useless, their prayers unanswered. Magic itself became unreliable, twisted by the trauma the world had endured. But perhaps most terrible of all was the realization that the king-priest's fall had created exactly the vacuum that the Queen of Darkness had been waiting for. In the depths of the abyss, Takhisis stirred from her long slumber and began to gather her forces. The dragons, long bound by ancient compacts, felt their chains weakening. The spawn of evil, driven into hiding by centuries of righteous persecution, began to creep forth from their dark places. The age of dreams had ended in fire and flood, and from its ashes would rise the greatest conflict the world had ever known. The War of the Lance was still centuries away, but its seeds were planted in the moment the crown of power was placed upon the king-priest's brow. For in seeking to eliminate evil from the world, he had instead ensured its ultimate triumph, and the price of that victory would be paid in blood and suffering for generations to come. Thus did the Golden Age come to its end, not with the gradual decline of empires or the slow erosion of time, but with the terrible swiftness of divine judgment. The lesson was clear, written in the very bones of the shattered world, that mortals who seek to usurp the place of gods will find that the heavens themselves will rain down fire upon their presumption. Yet even in this darkest hour, the seeds of hope remained, for the gods, in their anger, had not abandoned the world entirely. They had merely stepped back, waiting for mortals to prove themselves worthy once again of divine favor. And in the fullness of time, heroes would rise to claim that favor and restore the balance that had been so catastrophic. Chapter 2. The Return of the Dragons. In the darkness that follows the fall of tyrants, new tyrants are born, for power abhors a vacuum, as surely as nature abhors the void. When the gods withdraw their light, it is not emptiness that fills the spaces they leave behind, but shadows that have waited eons for their moment to strike. And in the deepest shadows of the abyss, where screams echo for eternity, and hope dies stillborn, the Queen of Darkness felt the tremors of the cataclysm, and smiled with a satisfaction that could freeze the very fires of hell. Takhisis, she of many names and none, the Dark Queen whose beauty was matched only by her malice, had dwelt in exile since the creation of the world, bound by the cosmic laws that govern the balance between good and evil. She had been forced to watch as her rival Paladin and his allies shaped the world according to their vision of order and light. For millennia, she had raged against her prison of darkness, her five-headed draconic form coiling through the void like a serpent of living shadow, each head plotting revenge against those who had confined her. But the king priest's folly had changed everything. In one moment of supreme hubris, the mortal had shattered the careful balance that had kept her at bay, and the gods of light, in their righteous anger, had withdrawn from the world they could no longer bear to look upon. The barriers that had held her were not broken, but they were weakened, and through the cracks in reality itself, she began to seep back into the world like poison through a wound. Her return was not the thunderous arrival of a conquering goddess, but something far more insidious. In the months following the cataclysm, as survivors struggled to rebuild their shattered lives, dreams began to change across the face of Krynn. Children woke screaming from nightmares of five-headed shadows, while their parents found themselves drawn to darker thoughts than they had ever harbored before. Priests who had lost their connection to the gods of light discovered that other powers were willing to answer their desperate prayers, though the price of such communion was higher than they could possibly imagine. The dragons felt her awakening first, for they were her children in ways that transcended mere creation. In the deepest caves and highest peaks, where the great worms had retreated after the cataclysm, ancient eyes opened that had not seen light for centuries. The chromatic dragons, red, black, blue, white, and green, raised their massive heads and tasted their mistress's presence on the wind like the scent of blood and sulfur. They had waited so long for this moment that some had begun to believe it would never come, but now the call they had dreamed of hearing rang through their minds like a clarion of war. Yet Takhisis was too cunning to simply command her children to ravage the world. She had learned from the mistakes of the past, when direct confrontation with the forces of good had led only to stalemate and eternal struggle. This time, she would be subtle, patient, methodical in her approach to dominion. She would corrupt rather than destroy, seduce rather than conquer. And when the moment was right, she would strike with such overwhelming force that resistance would be impossible. Her first target was not the broken kingdoms of men, or the hidden refuges of the elves, but the metallic dragons who served the gods of light. These great worms, gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper, were her greatest obstacles, for they possessed both the power to oppose her directly and the wisdom to see through her deceptions. For centuries they had been the champions of good, working alongside mortal heroes to maintain the balance of the world. But in the aftermath of the cataclysm, even they were vulnerable to despair and doubt. The corruption began with whispers, soft as a lover's breath, that crept into the dreams of the good dragons as they slept in their lairs. Takhisis spoke to them of the futility of their service, of how the gods they served had abandoned the world without a thought for their faithful servants. She painted pictures in their minds of the suffering that racked Krynn, the children who starved while their divine patrons sulked in celestial halls, the innocent who died because those they trusted to protect them had simply walked away. To Pirit, the ancient brass dragon who had spent centuries guarding a desert oasis, she showed visions of the nomad tribes that had once sheltered there, now scattered to the winds or dead from thirst, because the cataclysm had dried up the springs. Where was Paladine when they called out for water? The Dark Queen whispered. Where was Mishakal when the children died in their mother's arms? You gave your life to protect them, and the gods you served abandoned them the moment their faith was tested. To Silvara, the silver dragon who had walked among the elves in human form, sharing their joys and sorrows for generations, the Dark Queen sent dreams of Silvanesti, the great elven nation, closing its borders to all outsiders and raising a magical barrier that would corrupt the very land it was meant to protect. See how they turn inward in their fear, Takhisis crooned. See how they choose preservation over compassion, safety over sacrifice. They use your sacrifice to protect their isolation, while the world burns beyond their borders. The gold dragons, mightiest and most noble of their kind, proved the most resistant to her blandishments, but even they were not immune to the poison of doubt. To each of them, she spoke of their greatest failures, their moments of weakness, the times when their intervention had come too late or proven insufficient. She reminded them of every mortal they had failed to save, every tragedy they had been powerless to prevent, every moment when their strength and wisdom had proven inadequate to the task before them. But it was not words alone that accomplished the Dark Queen's purpose. In the years following the cataclysm, she began to manifest her power in the world, in ways both subtle and profound. Plague dragons, creatures of disease and corruption, began to appear in the borderlands between nations, spreading sickness and despair wherever they flew. These were not true dragons, but manifestations of Takhisis's will, created from shadow and malice, and given draconic form to mock the noble worms who served the light. The sight of these abominations wearing the shapes of dragons filled the metallics with shame and rage. Some sought to hunt down and destroy these corrupt mockeries, but they found that the plague dragons could not be easily slain. When struck down, they would simply reform from the darkness, their destroyed bodies providing fertilizer for new and more terrible manifestations of evil. Others withdrew deeper into their lairs, unable to bear the sight of their noble forms being perverted in service of the Dark Queen. As the good dragons struggled with doubt and despair, Takhisis began to weave a web of corruption that would ensnare them more surely than any chains. She created the dragon orbs, artifacts of immense power that appeared to be tools for controlling the chromatic dragons. These crystal spheres, each one containing a fragment of her own essence, were discovered by mortal heroes and mages who sought weapons to use against the growing darkness. The orbs were perfect traps, for they offered exactly what the desperate defenders of good most desired, the power to turn the chromatic dragons against their mistress. But the orb's true purpose was far more sinister. Each time a good dragon attempted to use an orb to control one of Takhisis's children, the artifact would instead bind the metallic dragon to the Dark Queen's will. The process was gradual, almost imperceptible at first, but inexorable as the tide. The first to fall was Scion Bloodbane, the great green dragon who had once been the terror of the Silvanesti forests. But Scion had been corrupted long before the orbs were created, his mind twisted by centuries of exposure to the nightmare realm that Takhisis had made of Silvanesti's defensive barrier. When the elves had raised their magical shield to protect their homeland, they had unknowingly opened a gateway for the Dark Queen's influence, and Scion had been the first to succumb to her will. Under Takhisis's guidance, Scion did not simply ravage the elven lands as a mindless beast might have done. Instead, he became a creature of psychological torment, using his magic to create illusions and nightmares that drove the elves to madness. He appeared to them as their dead loved ones, spoke to them in the voices of their children, and filled their dreams with visions of horrors that might yet come to pass. The elves, in their isolation, began to turn upon one another, paranoia and fear eating away at the foundations of their society, like acid through metal. The corruption of the good dragons was not accomplished through force, but through despair. As they watched the world they had sworn to protect descend into chaos and darkness, as they saw the gods they served remain silent in the face of mortal suffering, as they witnessed their own noble forms mocked and perverted by the Dark Queen's spawn. Many began to question whether their service had ever meant anything at all. Some chose exile, fleeing to the farthest corners of the world, where they could not see the suffering their failure to act was allowing to continue. Others fell into the deep sleep of dragons, retreating so far into their lairs that they might not wake for centuries, if they woke at all. A few, driven mad by guilt and despair, actually sought out the dragon orbs themselves, hoping to find in service to darkness the purpose that service to light had failed to provide. But perhaps the most tragic were those who continued to fight, but found their efforts twisted by the very corruption they sought to oppose. These dragons discovered that every victory against the forces of darkness came at a price they could not afford to pay. When they destroyed one of Takhisis's spawn, 2 more would rise from its ashes. When they saved one village from the plague dragons, 3 more would fall to disease and despair. They were trapped in a war they could not win, fighting an enemy who grew stronger with every defeat she suffered. The Dark Queen's master stroke came when she began to appear to the good dragons directly, not as a conqueror demanding submission, but as a fellow victim of divine abandonment. She came to them in forms of heartbreaking beauty, sometimes as a mortal woman weeping for her lost children, sometimes as a dragon of pure silver, whose scales were stained with tears of liquid starlight. In these guises, she spoke to them not of service or submission, but of understanding and companionship. "We are alike, you and I," she would whisper to the lonely metallics in their empty lairs. "We love this world and its people, but the gods who created us have proven themselves unworthy of that love. They demand our service but offer nothing in return, save the knowledge that our sacrifices will never be enough. Join with me, and together we can create a world where suffering has meaning, where order is not imposed from above but earned through strength." Some resisted her blandishments, clinging to their faith in Paladin and the other gods of light, even as the evidence of divine abandonment mounted around them. These few would become the foundation of the resistance that would eventually rise against her, but they were far outnumbered by those who succumbed to her seduction. For Takhisis offered them something their absent gods could not: the promise that their pain and sacrifice would not be meaningless, that they could reshape the world according to their will, rather than waiting for distant deities to remember their existence. The transformation of the good dragons was not the violent corruption that mortal minds might imagine, but something far more subtle, and therefore more terrible. They did not sprout new heads or change their coloration. They remained as beautiful and terrible as they had always been. But their hearts had grown cold, their compassion replaced by a ruthless pragmatism that justified any action in service of what they perceived as the greater good. When mortals encountered these fallen dragons in the years that followed, they found creatures that still spoke of justice and order, but defined these concepts in terms that would have been alien to their former selves. A silver dragon might still protect a village from bandits, but would then enslave the villagers for their own protection. A bronze dragon might still guard the seas, but would sink any ship whose crew showed signs of corrupting influence, regardless of their actual intentions. The chromatic dragons, meanwhile, reveled in their mistress's return to power. The great red dragon Pyros claimed dominion over the volcanic peaks of Sanction, transforming the ancient city into a fortress of fire and shadow. Sky, the massive blue dragon, began to gather the scattered tribes of the desert into a unified force under his terrible banner. Onisablet, called Sable, the largest black dragon ever known, claimed the vast swamplands of the south, and began breeding armies of draconians from stolen dragon eggs. These and others like them became the first of the dragon Highlords, mortal commanders elevated to positions of supreme power through pacts with the chromatic dragons. Each Highlord was granted dominion over vast territories and armies, but all served the ultimate will of Takhisis, the Dark Queen, who had returned to claim what she saw as her rightful place as ruler of Kryn. The world that emerged from this draconic renaissance was one of rigid hierarchy and merciless order. The dragon Highlords commanded from their mountain fortresses and swamp citadels, each ruling their territories according to their mistress's vision of perfect control. Beneath them served the Draconians, creatures born from the corruption of good dragon eggs, who combined draconic power with human cunning, and served as the backbone of the new regime's military might. But perhaps the most insidious aspect of Takhisis's new order was how reasonable it seemed to those who lived under it. After the chaos and suffering that had followed the cataclysm, many mortals welcomed the stability that draconic rule provided. The dragon Highlords eliminated banditry and warfare between the human nations, imposed universal laws that were applied without favor or corruption, and ensured that no one starved or died of preventable disease within their territories. The price of this security was freedom, but for many it seemed a fair exchange. Peasants who had lived in constant fear of raiders could now work their fields in peace. Merchants could travel the roads without hiring guards or paying tribute to a dozen different petty tyrants. Children could grow up without wondering if their village would be burned down by the armies of rival kingdoms. Yet beneath this veneer of order and prosperity, the true nature of draconic rule gradually revealed itself. Dissent was not tolerated, even in the mildest forms. Art and literature were permitted only if they glorified the dragon Highlords and their benevolent rule. Religion was strictly controlled, with only those faiths that acknowledged Takhisis as the supreme deity allowed to practice openly. Most chilling of all was the gradual erasure of hope itself. Under the rule of the dragon Highlords, life became predictable, safe, and utterly without meaning beyond service to the state. The spark of creativity and rebellion that had always driven mortal progress was systematically extinguished, replaced by a dull contentment that sapped the very will to dream of something better. And through it all, Takhisis watched from her throne in the abyss, no longer exiled but present in the world through the actions of her servants. She had achieved what force of arms had never accomplished, the willing submission of an entire world to her will. The good dragons who had once been her greatest enemies now served her cause, if not directly then through their absence from the struggle. The mortals who had once looked to the gods for salvation now looked to her dragons for protection. The stage was set for the final act of her long campaign for dominion. Soon she would step forth from the shadows entirely, manifesting in the world, not as a hidden influence, but as an open goddess, demanding the worship and obedience of all creation. The War of the Lance was still years away, but its outcome seemed foregone. For who could stand against the combined might of dragons and the willing servitude of an entire world? Yet even in this darkest hour, when hope seemed as distant as the silent gods, the seeds of resistance remained. In hidden valleys and forgotten temples, a few mortals still remembered what it meant to be free. Among the good dragons, a precious few still clung to their former ideals, despite the corruption that surrounded them. And somewhere in the vast tapestry of fate, the patterns were already being woven that would bring forth heroes capable of challenging even the Queen of Darkness herself. For Takhisis, in her pride and cunning, had made the same mistake that had doomed the king-priest before her. She had forgotten that the balance of the world was not something that could be permanently overturned. Light and shadow, good and evil, order and chaos, these forces were eternal, and no single power, no matter how great, could hold dominion over them forever. The pendulum that had swung so far toward darkness would inevitably swing back, and when it did, the Queen of Darkness would find that her moment of triumph was but the prelude to her ultimate defeat. Chapter 3. Heroes of the Inn. The Companion's Origin. Destiny is a river that flows not in straight lines but in circles, carrying souls away from each other, only to bring them together again when the currents of fate demand their reunion. In the autumn of despair, when the world had grown old under the shadow of dragons, and hope seemed as distant as the memory of gods, 8 souls found themselves drawn by invisible threads to a place that had always been a refuge for the lost and the seeking, the Inn of the Last Home, nestled among the mighty Valenwoods of Solace, stood as it had for generations, a beacon of warmth and fellowship in a world grown cold with tyranny. The inn itself was a marvel of engineering and imagination, built not upon the ground but suspended among the branches of a great vallenwood tree, whose trunk was wider than a castle tower, and whose canopy could shelter an entire village. Connected to its host tree by bridges of woven rope and planked wood, the inn swayed gently with the wind, creaking and sighing like a ship upon a calm sea. Its windows glowed with amber light that spilled out into the autumn evening, and the sound of laughter and conversation drifted down to the forest floor like leaves upon the wind. It was here, on a night when the red moon lunitari hung full and heavy in the star-scattered sky, that the companions gathered for what they believed would be a simple reunion of childhood friends. 5 years had passed since they had parted ways, each following their own path through a world that seemed to grow darker with each passing season. They had made a pact in their youth to meet again on this night, in this place, to share the tales of their adventures and renew the bonds of friendship that had sustained them through the innocent days of their shared childhood. Tanis Half-Elven was the first to arrive, as was his nature, for he carried within himself the weight of leadership that others instinctively recognized and followed. At barely 100 years of age, he was still young by elven standards, yet the human blood that flowed in his veins had given him a mortal urgency that his longer-lived kin often found both admirable and disturbing. His features bore the unmistakable mark of his mixed heritage, the pointed ears and angular beauty of the elves, softened by human warmth, the ageless quality of elvish youth, shadowed by eyes that had seen too much of mortal suffering. Born of a rape that had driven his elven mother to madness and death, Tanis had grown up as an outsider in both the human and elven worlds. The elves of Qualinesti had raised him out of duty rather than love, teaching him their ways while never allowing him to forget that his very existence was a reminder of violence and shame. Among humans, his elvish features marked him as different, exotic, never quite belonging to the communities that welcomed his skills but questioned his loyalty. Yet this burden of being caught between worlds had given Tanis a unique perspective that would prove invaluable in the trials to come. He understood both the long patience of the elves and the passionate urgency of humanity. He could see the wisdom in ancient traditions while recognizing the need for change and adaptation. Most importantly, he had learned to bridge differences between people who might otherwise never find common ground, a skill that made him a natural leader, even when he wished for nothing more than to lay down that burden. The second to arrive were the Majere twins, as different as two souls could be, despite sharing the same face and the same moment of birth. Caramon entered the inn with the heavy tread of a man who wore plate armor as easily as others wore silk, his massive frame filling the doorway like a mountain given human form. He stood nearly 7 feet tall, with shoulders broad enough to bear the troubles of the world, and arms that could crush stone or gentle enough to comfort a frightened child. His face, honest and open as a summer sky, bore the scars of countless battles, yet his eyes held a kindness that no amount of violence could ever extinguish. Behind him came Raistlin, moving with the careful precision of one who had learned that his body was both his greatest weakness and the vessel for his most terrible power. Where Caramon was massive and vital, Raistlin was frail and ethereal, his thin frame draped in robes that seemed too heavy for his narrow shoulders. His face, identical to his twins in feature but transformed by suffering and ambition, bore the pallor of one who spent his days studying forbidden texts and his nights communing with forces that mere mortals were never meant to understand. The twins' relationship was a complex tapestry of love, dependence, and growing resentment that would shape both their destinies. Caramon, blessed with strength and courage, but cursed with a simple nature that left him vulnerable to manipulation, had spent his life protecting his weaker brother from a world that saw magical talent as either a gift to be exploited or a curse to be feared. Raistlin, gifted with an intellect that could unravel the very fabric of reality, but trapped in a body that betrayed him at every turn, had come to depend upon his brother's protection, even as he grew to resent the very strength that kept him safe. Sturm Brightblade arrived with the measured gait of nobility, though his noble heritage was more burden than blessing in these dark times. The last scion of a fallen house, Heir to a code of honor that the world had long since abandoned, he carried himself with the rigid posture of one who had learned that dignity was sometimes the only possession that could not be taken away. His armor, polished to mirror brightness despite its obvious age, and the careful repairs that spoke of poverty as much as pride, bore the rose and the crown that marked him as a knight of Solamnia, or rather, as one who aspired to join an order that might no longer exist. The knighthood had been shattered in the chaos following the cataclysm, its members scattered or slain, its fortresses abandoned or occupied by bandits and worse. Yet Sturm clung to the oath and the measure with a devotion that bordered on fanaticism, finding in the ancient codes a stability that the world itself no longer provided. His father had died seeking to restore the honor of the knighthood, leaving Sturm with nothing but a sword, a suit of armor, and an impossible dream of redemption that he pursued with the single-minded determination of a man who had nothing left to lose. Flint Fireforge entered the inn with the rolling gait of his people, muttering complaints about the stairs and the bridges and the general foolishness of humans who insisted on building their homes in trees like oversized birds. The ancient dwarf was old even by the standards of his long-lived race, his beard white as fresh snow, and his face carved into permanent lines of disapproval by decades of dealing with what he considered the chronic stupidity of the younger races. Yet beneath his gruff exterior beat the heart of a master craftsman and a loyal friend, one who would face any danger for those he had adopted into his carefully guarded circle of affection. Flint's hands, gnarled by age but still steady as stone, bore the calluses and burned scars of a lifetime spent working metal and wood into objects of beauty and utility. His weapons and tools were extensions of his will, crafted with such skill that they seemed almost alive in his grasp. He had outlived 3 generations of human friends and had sworn never again to become attached to beings whose lives flickered by like candle flames, yet he found himself drawn again and again to the warm chaos of human existence, finding in their brief but passionate lives something that his own people's stolid endurance could never provide. Tasselhoff Burfoot bounded into the inn with the irrepressible enthusiasm that marked all Kender, his topknot of brown hair bouncing as he examined every detail of his surroundings, with the wide-eyed fascination of one who found the entire world endlessly interesting. Small even by the standards of his diminutive race, Taz possessed the kind of innocent curiosity that could lead him to pick a lock simply to see what was behind the door, or to borrow an interesting object just to examine it more closely, with no thought of malice or gain. The Kender's fearlessness was both blessing and curse, for his people quite literally did not understand the concept of fear as other races experienced it. This made them invaluable companions in dangerous situations, as they would charge into peril with the same cheerful determination they brought to any other activity. Yet it also made them incredibly dangerous to be around, as their inability to recognize danger often led them to trigger exactly the calamities that wiser beings worked so hard to avoid. In his pouches and pockets, Taz carried a collection of borrowed items that told the story of his travels, a lock that had defeated his picking attempts, and thus earned his respect, a series of maps that might or might not accurately represent real places, and countless small treasures that he had acquired through the Kender practice of handling interesting objects, until they somehow found their way into his possession. The reunion began as such gatherings always do, with embraces and laughter, and the sharing of stories that grew more elaborate with each telling. Yet, as the evening wore on, and the familiar comfort of friendship settled over the group like a warm cloak, it became clear that their 5 years of separation had changed them all in ways both subtle and profound. The easy camaraderie of their youth was still there, but it was shadowed now by the weight of experiences that had tested each of them in different ways. Tanis spoke of his travels through the human lands, where he had seen the dragon Highlords' armies marching in perfect formation along roads that had once known only merchants and pilgrims. He told of villages where children had never heard the names of the old gods, where the only prayers offered were to the Dragon Queen and her servants. He had watched the light slowly dying from the world, replaced by an order so rigid and perfect that it crushed the very spirit of those it claimed to protect. Caramon shared tales of his work as a mercenary, selling his sword to whoever could pay for his services in a world where honest work was increasingly hard to find. He had fought in the service of lords both honorable and corrupt, had seen battles won through courage and others lost to treachery, and had learned that the line between hero and villain was often thinner than the edge of a blade. Yet through it all, he had maintained his essential decency, protecting the innocent when he could, and refusing to take coin for deeds that would stain his soul. Raistlin spoke little of his own journeys, but the others could see the changes that 5 years of magical study had wrought upon him. His skin had taken on an unhealthy pallor, and his eyes held depths that seemed to reflect knowledge that no mortal mind should possess. When he did speak, it was with a precision and authority that made even simple observations sound like pronouncements of fate. The fragile young man they had known was still there, but he was changing into something else, something that might be more or less than human depending upon the choices he made in the years to come. Sturm had spent his years in service to a Solamnic lord, who still maintained the old traditions, learning the arts of war and honor even as the world around them descended into chaos. He spoke of tournaments where knights still rode for glory rather than gold, of quests undertaken not for reward, but for the simple knowledge that they were right. Yet there was a brittleness to his dedication now, a sense that he was clinging to his ideals, not because they brought him strength, but because they were all that stood between him and the abyss of despair. Flint had continued his work as a metalsmith, crafting weapons and tools for those who could appreciate quality workmanship in an age of mass-produced mediocrity. He had seen the old ways slowly dying, as efficiency replaced artistry, and quantity became more valued than quality. His complaints about the decline of proper craftsmanship were really laments for a world that no longer valued the things he held most dear. Cass regaled them all with stories of his adventures that were so wildly improbable that they had to be true, for no one could have invented such elaborate tales of accidental heroism and inadvertent disaster. He had somehow stumbled into situations that would have killed wiser and more cautious folk, emerging each time with new treasures, new friends, and new stories that defied all reasonable explanation. As the night deepened and the inn grew quieter around them, their conversation turned to darker matters. They spoke of the rumors that had been growing stronger in recent months, tales of armies massing in the north, of dragons seen flying in formation across skies that had been empty of their kind for generations, of ancient weapons and forgotten magics being sought by powers that preferred to work in shadow. It was then that the strangers arrived, interrupting their reunion with a desperation that could not be ignored. First came an old man, his robes marking him as one who had once served the gods in the time before their silence, now reduced to wandering the roads in search of signs that the divine had not completely abandoned the world. Behind him came a barbarian woman of the plains people, her face painted with the blue markings of her tribe, carrying a staff that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. The old man called himself Fizban, though something in his eyes suggested that this was not the name he had been born with, and his manner combined senility with moments of piercing wisdom that left his listeners uncertain whether he was the fool he appeared to be, or something far more significant. The woman, who gave her name as Goldmoon, daughter of chieftains, spoke with the authority of one accustomed to command, yet there was a vulnerability in her voice when she spoke of the staff she carried and the power it contained. With them came Riverwind, a tall plainsman whose dark skin bore the ritual scars of his people, and whose eyes held the haunted look of one who had seen visions that challenged everything he had believed about the nature of reality. He said little, but his protective stance near Goldmoon, and the way his hand never strayed far from his weapon, spoke of a devotion that transcended mere duty. The staff that Goldmoon carried was like nothing any of them had ever seen, carved from wood that seemed to hold starlight within its grain, and topped with a crystal that pulsed with blue-white radiance. When she spoke of how she had come to possess it, her words carried the weight of prophecy and the terror of one who had been chosen for a destiny she never sought. The staff had been given to her in a place of ancient power, a temple that had lain hidden beneath the earth for centuries, waiting for one pure enough of heart to claim its treasures. But with the staff had come knowledge, the understanding that the world stood upon the brink of a war that would make all previous conflicts seem like children's games, and that the outcome of that war would depend upon heroes who had not yet accepted their calling. As Goldmoon spoke, the staff began to glow more brightly, and those who looked upon it felt something stir within their hearts that they had thought long dead. It was hope, but hope tempered with the knowledge that great sacrifice would be required of those who chose to nurture it. The age of hiding was ending, and the time of choosing was at hand. Outside the inn, the wind began to rise, carrying on it the scent of smoke and distant thunder. The companions looked at each other across the table that had hosted so many reunions, seeing in each other's faces the reflection of their own understanding. Their time of wandering separate paths was ending, and ahead lay a road that none of them could walk alone. They had come to the inn of the last home, as friends seeking to recapture the innocence of their youth, but they would leave it as something more, as companions bound together by destiny and necessity, carrying within themselves the seeds of either salvation or damnation for a world that had forgotten how to hope. The War of the Lance had not yet begun in earnest, but its first moves had been made, and the players were finally taking their places upon the board where gods and mortals would struggle for the fate of all creation. Chapter 4. The Staff of Mishakal and Faith Reborn. Faith is not the absence of doubt, but the choice to believe despite doubt's persistent whisper. In a world where the gods had fallen silent and their temples crumbled to dust, where prayers went unanswered and miracles became the stuff of children's tales, faith itself had become the rarest and most precious of commodities. Yet, in the darkest hour, when hope seemed as distant as the memory of divine grace, the gods chose to speak again, not through thunder from on high or visions granted to the mighty, but through the trembling hands of a barbarian princess who had never sought anything more than to serve her people with honor. Goldmoon, daughter of Arrowthorn and heir to the chieftains of the Quishu tribe, had lived her life according to the ancient ways of the Plains people, where tradition was law and the wisdom of ancestors guided every decision. Her world was one of endless grass beneath an infinite sky, where the wind carried the voices of spirits and the stars told stories older than memory. She had been raised to become the spiritual leader of her people, to tend the sacred fires and speak the ritual words that honored the ancient totems. Yet she had always felt that something was missing from their ceremonies, some essential truth that had been lost in the centuries since the cataclysm. The Plains people worshipped the old gods through animal totems and natural forces, but their prayers had grown rote and empty, performed out of habit rather than conviction. The shamans went through the motions of ancient rituals, but the power that had once flowed through their ceremonies had departed with the gods themselves. Healing came from herbs and poultices, wisdom from experience and observation, and protection from strong arms and sharp weapons. The divine had become merely ceremonial, a comfort for the fearful and a justification for decisions that leaders had already made. Yet Goldmoon had always sensed that there was more to existence than what her eyes could see or her hands could touch. In quiet moments, when she walked alone across the vast grasslands, or sat beside the sacred pools that reflected the wheeling stars, she felt a presence just beyond the edge of perception, something vast and benevolent that watched over the world with infinite compassion. Her shamans told her that such feelings were merely the echoes of ancestral wisdom, but she knew in her heart that what she sensed was immediate and alive, waiting for someone brave enough to reach out and make contact. The crisis that would change everything began with Riverwind, the tall plainsman who had captured her heart despite the objections of her father and the traditions of her people. Riverwind was not of noble blood, not destined for leadership by birth or training, yet he possessed a strength of character and a depth of wisdom that made him a natural protector of those weaker than himself. His love for Goldmoon was pure and selfless, unmarked by ambition or desire for power, and it was this very purity that would make him the perfect vessel for divine revelation. When Goldmoon's father decreed that she must choose a husband from among the young chiefs of allied tribes, she proposed a quest that would allow Riverwind to prove his worthiness through deed rather than birth. The task she set seemed impossible. He must venture beyond the borders of the known world, and return with proof that the ancient gods still lived and watched over their people. It was a quest born of desperation rather than hope, for none believed that such proof could be found in a world where the divine had been silent for 3.5 centuries. Riverwind accepted the challenge with the grim determination of one who knew that failure would mean not only his own death, but the loss of the woman he loved to a political marriage that would serve the tribe's interests, but destroy her happiness. He set out across the trackless wilderness, with nothing but his bow, his courage, and a faith so small it was barely more than a wish, seeking something that most people no longer believed existed. His journey took him far from the familiar grasslands of his birth, through forests where ancient magic still lingered in the shadows between the trees, across mountains where the stones themselves seemed to whisper of powers that slept but did not die. He followed rumors and legends, chasing whispers of divine presence, like a hunter, tracking prey that might prove to be nothing more than shadows and wind. For months he wandered the wilderness, growing gaunt and desperate as his supplies dwindled and his hope faded. He found ruins of temples that had once echoed with songs of praise, their altars cold and empty, their sacred flames long extinguished. He spoke with hermits and madmen, who claimed to have seen visions of the gods, but their tales proved to be either delusions or fragments of half-remembered stories passed down through generations of broken faith. It was in the depths of despair, when he was ready to abandon his quest and return to face his failure, that Riverwind discovered the hidden temple that would change the course of history. The entrance was concealed behind a waterfall in a remote canyon, revealed only when the setting sun struck the water at precisely the right angle to create a gap in the cascade. Inside, he found chambers that had been sealed since before the cataclysm, their walls covered with frescoes depicting the gods in their full glory, their altars still bearing the residue of sacrifices offered centuries ago. At the heart of the temple stood a statue of Mishakal, the goddess of healing and compassion, carved from white marble that seemed to glow with its own inner light. Her face bore an expression of infinite sadness and infinite love, her hands extended in a gesture of blessing that encompassed all who looked upon her. At her feet lay the staff, a thing of such beauty that it seemed to have been crafted from crystallized starlight and the dreams of artists. When Riverwind first touched the staff, the temple came alive around him with visions of the past and prophecies of the future. He saw the world as it had been before the cataclysm, when the gods walked openly among mortals and their blessings flowed like rivers of light across the land. He witnessed the corruption of the king-priest and the terrible necessity of divine judgment that had broken the world and driven the gods into exile. But most importantly, he saw the present moment for what it truly was, not the end of the divine age, but its painful rebirth. The goddess spoke to him, not in words, but in pure understanding that flowed directly into his mind and heart. She showed him that the gods had never truly abandoned the world, but had withdrawn their direct presence to allow mortals to choose freely between light and shadow. The time of testing was ending, and those who proved themselves worthy of divine trust would become the instruments through which the gods would once again touch the world with blessing and miracle. Mishakal charged Riverwind with a sacred mission, to carry her staff to one who would become her voice in the world, a mortal priestess who would rekindle the flames of faith and stand against the growing darkness. That chosen one was waiting in the grasslands of his birth, her heart already prepared by years of yearning for the divine presence she could sense, but not quite touch. When Riverwind returned to the Quishu tribe, bearing the staff like a banner of hope reborn, the shamans and elders reacted with suspicion and fear. The staff's power was undeniable. It glowed with blue-white radiance and hummed with barely contained energy, but it represented a challenge to everything they thought they knew about the nature of reality. If the gods were truly returning, then all their carefully constructed explanations for divine silence would crumble. and they would be forced to acknowledge that their spiritual leadership had been built upon foundations of sand. The confrontation that followed was both theological and political, for the shamans recognized that acceptance of Riverwind's revelation would mean the end of their authority as interpreters of divine will. They declared the staff to be a demon's trick, a tool of evil designed to lead the faithful astray through false miracles and lying wonders. When Riverwind insisted upon its divine origin, they demanded that he submit to the test of the burning bowl, an ancient ordeal that was supposed to reveal truth through divine judgment. The test required Riverwind to walk through a gauntlet of fire while holding the staff, trusting that divine protection would preserve both him and the artifact if his claims were true. The shamans were certain that either the staff would prove to be a mundane object without divine power, or that Riverwind would be consumed by flames that would expose his deception. What they did not expect was for the goddess herself to intervene directly in the proceedings. As Riverwind stepped into the circle of fire, the staff blazed with such brilliant radiance that it outshone the flames themselves. The fire parted before him like water before the prow of a ship, and where his feet touched the ground, flowers bloomed in the ashes. The shaman's certain triumph became their humiliation, and the people who witnessed the miracle fell to their knees in awe and reverence. But the most profound transformation occurred in Goldmoon herself. As she watched her beloved emerge unharmed from the trial, the staff glowing like a captured star in his hands, she felt something awaken within her that she had never known she possessed. It was not merely relief at his survival or joy at his vindication, but a sudden, overwhelming awareness of divine presence that filled her entire being with light and purpose. When Riverwind placed the staff in her hands, the connection between Goldmoon and Mishakal became complete. Through the artifact, the goddess poured her wisdom and power into her chosen priestess, granting her the knowledge and authority to speak with divine voice and work miracles that would herald the return of the Age of Faith. The barbarian princess, who had never been more than a ceremonial spiritual leader, became, in an instant, the first true cleric to walk the world since the cataclysm. The sensation of divine connection was almost too intense for mortal flesh to contain. Goldmoon felt as though she were standing at the confluence of vast rivers of energy that flowed from sources beyond her comprehension. Through the staff, she could sense the pain and suffering of every living creature within miles, their physical wounds and spiritual ailments laid bare before her enhanced perception. More importantly, she could feel the goddess's compassion flowing through her, a love so profound and all-encompassing that it brought tears to her eyes and filled her heart with an overwhelming desire to heal and comfort. Her first miracle was simple yet profound, the healing of an old wound that had troubled one of the tribal elders for years, an injury that had never properly mended and caused constant pain. When Goldmoon touched the staff to the man's shoulder and spoke words that seemed to come from beyond her own knowledge, the wound closed as if it had never been, leaving behind only unmarked skin and the elder's gasps of amazement. Word of the miracle spread through the tribe like wildfire, bringing the sick and injured from across the grasslands to seek healing from the barbarian princess who had been touched by divine grace. Goldmoon found herself overwhelmed by the flood of supplicants, each carrying their own burden of suffering that they begged her to lift. Some bore wounds from battle or accident, others suffered from diseases that had plagued them for years, and still others carried invisible hurts of the spirit that were no less real for being unseen. Through each healing, Goldmoon's understanding of her divine calling deepened. She began to perceive that physical healing was only one aspect of Mishakal's gift, and perhaps not even the most important one. The goddess was offering something far more precious than the mending of broken bones or the cure of fever. She was restoring the possibility of hope itself to a world that had learned to live without it. Yet with divine favor came divine responsibility, and Goldmoon soon discovered that her new role as Mishakal's priestess would demand sacrifices that she had never anticipated. The goddess revealed to her through visions and dreams that the healing of the world would require more than miraculous cures and comforting words. The forces of darkness that had grown strong during the gods' absence would not surrender their dominion without a fight, and those who carried the light of divine truth would become targets for every evil power that sought to maintain the status quo of despair. The shamans of her own tribe, humiliated by their inability to explain or duplicate her miracles, began to plot against her with the desperate cunning of those who see their authority slipping away. They whispered that she had been corrupted by the same evil forces she claimed to oppose, that her healings were merely the first step in a larger deception designed to lead the faithful into damnation. They pointed to the ancient warnings about false prophets and lying wonders, arguing that the very magnitude of her power proved its diabolic origin. The crisis came when agents of the dragon Highlords arrived in the grasslands, drawn by reports of miraculous healings that threatened to spark a revival of faith across the northern territories. These were not the crude raiders and bandits that the plains people were accustomed to fighting, but disciplined soldiers backed by draconic power and armed with weapons forged in the hellish foundries of the Dark Queen's domain. The attack came at dawn, when the morning mist still clung to the grass, and most of the tribe slept in their tents, trusting to the watchfulness of their sentries and the protection of their ancient totems. The Draconians struck with ruthless efficiency, their reptilian forms moving through the camp like shadows given substance and malice. Behind them came human soldiers in black armor, their faces hidden behind masks that bore the five-headed symbol of Takhisis. The battle was brief and savage, for the plains people were fierce warriors, but unprepared for enemies who breathed poison and exploded into acid when slain. Goldmoon found herself in the terrible position of watching her people die, while her divine powers proved inadequate to protect them from the overwhelming force arrayed against them. She could heal the wounded, but she could not raise the dead, and each healing only made her a more obvious target for the enemy's focused attacks. It was Riverwind who made the painful decision that would save her life and condemn them both to exile. Seeing that the battle was lost and that the enemy's primary goal was the capture of Mishakal's priestess, he gathered a small group of survivors and fought a desperate running battle to the edge of the tribal lands. Behind them, the grasslands burned and the screams of the dying filled the air like the lamentations of the damned. The survivors who escaped with them were few. A handful of young warriors who chose loyalty to their princess over loyalty to their land, and a small group of elders who recognized that preserving Goldmoon's life was more important than defending territory that could be reclaimed when the tide of war turned. Together, this ragged band of refugees began a journey that would take them far from the familiar grasslands, carrying with them the most precious cargo in the world, the living proof that the gods had not abandoned their creation. Their flight brought them eventually to Solace and the Inn of the Last Home, where destiny would weave their story together with that of the companions who had gathered there. But the true significance of their arrival was not the beginning of their alliance with Tanis and his friends, important though that would prove to be. Rather, it was the moment when the world first truly understood that the age of divine silence was ending, and the age of miracles was about to begin. The staff of Mishakal, glowing with blue-white radiance in the hands of a barbarian princess who had become the goddess's chosen voice, represented more than just the return of clerical magic to a world that had learned to live without it. It was a declaration that the balance between light and shadow was shifting once again, that the forces of good were no longer content to remain hidden while evil ruled openly, and that the final confrontation between the Queen of Darkness and the gods of light was about to begin. For those who witnessed Goldmoon's arrival at the inn, the sight of true divine power being wielded by a mortal hand was both terrifying and exhilarating. It meant that their world was about to change in ways that none of them could fully comprehend, that the comfortable certainties of life under draconic rule were about to be shattered by forces beyond mortal control. Some would welcome that change, seeing in it the hope of freedom and redemption that they had never dared to dream. Others would resist it, preferring the known tyranny of the dragon Highlords to the uncertain promises of gods who had abandoned the world once before. But for all who looked upon the staff and felt its divine radiance wash over them like warm sunlight, one truth became undeniably clear. The War of the Lance was no longer a distant possibility, but an immediate reality, and they would all be forced to choose sides in a conflict that would determine not just the political future of Krynn, but the very nature of existence itself. The gods had returned to their creation, and the world would never be the same. Chapter 5. The Dragon Highlords, and their terrible reign. Power corrupts, not because it changes the nature of those who wield it, but because it reveals the darkness that was always there, waiting in the shadows of the soul for the opportunity to step into the light. When Takhisis chose her mortal champions to serve as the instruments of her will upon Krynn, she did not corrupt them so much as she simply gave free rein to the ambitions and cruelties that already dwelt within their hearts. The Dragon Highlords were not monsters made by the Dark Queen's influence, but mortals who had always possessed the capacity for monstrosity, now armed with the power to inflict their will upon an entire world. At the apex of this hierarchy of tyranny stood Emperor Ariakas, the Dark Queen's chosen voice in the mortal realm, and the supreme commander of all her armies. A man of imposing stature and terrible charisma, Ariakas possessed the rare combination of strategic brilliance and personal magnetism that marked the greatest of conquerors. His face, handsome in the way that sharp steel is beautiful, bore the signs of noble birth refined by years of warfare and political maneuvering. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of one who had never known defeat, and when he smiled, it was with the cold satisfaction of a predator contemplating its prey. Ariakas had not begun his career as a servant of darkness, but as a knight of Naraka, one of the few remaining bastions of order in the chaotic years following the cataclysm. He had risen through the ranks through a combination of military skill and ruthless ambition, eliminating rivals not through crude assassination, but through superior strategy and political acumen. It was his very excellence that had drawn Takhisis's attention, for the Dark Queen preferred servants whose loyalty was won through reward rather than coerced through fear. The pact between Ariakas and Takhisis was sealed not in some dramatic ceremony of blood and flame, but in a quiet moment of mutual recognition between two beings who understood the true nature of power. The goddess offered him dominion over all the world, the chance to impose order upon chaos and strength upon weakness. In return, she asked only that he serve as her agent in the mortal realm, carrying out her will with the same efficiency and dedication he had once shown to lesser masters. Under Ariakas's supreme command, the Dragon Highlords ruled their respective territories with an iron discipline that made the old kingdoms seem anarchic by comparison. Each Highlord was granted absolute authority within their domain, answerable only to the Emperor himself, and ultimately to the Dark Queen. This system of delegated tyranny proved remarkably effective, for it allowed local commanders to adapt their methods to the specific challenges of their regions, while maintaining overall strategic coordination. Lord Verminard, called the Dragon Highlord of the Red Wing, ruled the eastern territories from his fortress of Pax Tharkas, with a fanaticism that made even his fellow Highlords uneasy. Once a cleric of Paladine, Verminard had fallen to darkness not through gradual corruption, but through a single moment of betrayal that had shattered his faith and left him vulnerable to Takhisis's whispered promises of revenge. His transformation from servant of light to champion of darkness was complete and absolute, marked by a zealotry that surpassed even that of those who had been born to evil. Verminard's domain encompassed the strategic mountain passes that controlled trade between the eastern and western regions of Ansalon, making him the gatekeeper through which all commerce and communication had to flow. He used this position to strangle the economies of the free territories, allowing only those goods to pass that served the Dragon Army's interests, while confiscating anything that might strengthen potential resistance movements. His armies were composed primarily of Draconians, the twisted spawn created from corrupted dragon eggs, supported by human troops recruited from the conquered territories. These soldiers served not out of loyalty or conviction, but from the simple understanding that service to the Dragon Armies offered the only path to survival, in a world where neutrality was considered treason. Verminard demanded absolute obedience from his troops, and those who showed even the slightest hesitation in carrying out his orders found themselves fed to his red dragon mount, Ember, whose appetite for human flesh was legendary throughout the eastern lands. The terror that Verminard inspired was not merely physical but spiritual, for he had retained his clerical powers even after his fall to darkness. His sermons, delivered to captive audiences in the temples he had converted to the worship of Takhisis, combined theological sophistication with psychological manipulation to devastating effect. He could cite scripture and doctrine with the skill of a master theologian, but twisted every teaching to serve the Dark Queen's purposes. Under his influence, many of the conquered peoples began to believe that their suffering was divinely ordained, that resistance to draconic rule was not merely futile, but actually sinful. In the northern territories, High Lord Kitiara, Uthmatar, commanded the Blue Wing with a combination of military genius and personal magnetism that made her perhaps the most dangerous of all the Dragon Highlords. Unlike her peers, who ruled through fear and religious fanaticism, Kitiara inspired genuine loyalty among her troops through her willingness to share their dangers and her obvious competence as a military leader. She led from the front in every battle, her blue dragon sky diving from the skies like a thunderbolt, while she wielded her sword with a skill that had become legend throughout the armies. Kitiara's rise to power had been meteoric, beginning as a common mercenary and ascending to the rank of High Lord through a series of brilliant victories that had impressed even Ariakas himself. Her genius lay not merely in tactical brilliance, though she possessed that in abundance, but in her ability to read the political currents that swirled through the Dragon Army's command structure. She understood that the alliance between the Highlords was fundamentally unstable, held together only by their shared service to Takhisis and their fear of Ariakas's power. This knowledge made her a formidable ally and an even more dangerous enemy. Her personal connection to the companions through her half-brothers Caramon and Raistlin added a layer of tragic complexity to her role as enemy commander. The bonds of family that should have made her a natural ally of the forces of good instead became weapons that she wielded with ruthless efficiency. She used her knowledge of her brother's strengths and weaknesses to predict the companions' actions, and her genuine affection for them made her attempts at persuasion all the more dangerous. The northern territories under Kitiara's command became a model of efficient military occupation. Unlike the brutish oppression that characterized other Highlords' domains, her rule was marked by a pragmatic understanding that willing cooperation was more valuable than grudging submission. She offered advancement and prosperity to those who served the Dragon armies faithfully, while reserving her harshest punishments for those who actively opposed her rule. This approach proved so successful that many communities actually prospered under draconic occupation, their citizens enjoying greater security and economic opportunity than they had known for generations. In the western reaches, High Lord Lucian of Takar ruled the White Wing with a cruelty that was legendary even among the Dragon armies. A former knight of Solamnia, who had fallen from grace through cowardice and corruption, Lucian had embraced his role as servant of darkness with the enthusiasm of one who finally found a master worthy of his true nature. His white dragon mount, Sleet, was known for its particular fondness for torture, and the ice-covered peaks of Lucian's domain were littered with the frozen corpses of those who had displeased their draconic overlords. The western territories were the most difficult to govern, populated by fierce mountain clans and independent communities that had never acknowledged any central authority. Lucian's solution to this challenge was simple and brutal. He instituted a policy of collective punishment that held entire communities responsible for the actions of any individual who opposed draconic rule. A single act of sabotage might result in the execution of dozens of innocent civilians, while successful resistance operations led to the complete destruction of nearby settlements. Under Lucian's rule, the Western Territories became a wasteland of fear and despair where trust itself became a casualty of war. Neighbors turned against neighbors, children informed on their parents, and entire communities dissolved into paranoid isolation as people tried desperately to avoid drawing the attention of the Dragon armies. The psychological warfare that Lucian practiced proved far more effective than conventional military might. for it turned the natural human bonds of community and family into weapons against the very people they should have protected. The southern marshlands fell under the dominion of Highlord Toad, a creature whose rise to power represented the depths to which the dragon army's meritocracy could sink. Originally a hobgoblin of no particular distinction, Toad had gained prominence through his willingness to undertake the most degrading and treacherous missions that other servants of darkness found beneath their dignity. His advancement to the rank of Highlord was a testament to Takhisis's understanding that competence could be found in the most unlikely places, and that sometimes the most effective servants were those who had no pride left to compromise. Toad's domain was characterized by a casual brutality that made the calculated cruelties of his fellow Highlords seem almost merciful by comparison. He ruled through a combination of personal cowardice and vindictive spite, using his position to settle scores against all those who had ever slighted him, while carefully avoiding any situation that might expose him to personal danger. His green dragon mount Hopsloth shared its rider's cowardly nature, preferring to attack from ambush and retreat at the first sign of organized resistance. The marshlands under Toad's rule became a testament to the principle that small evils, multiplied across time and space, could become as destructive as grand atrocities. His petty tyrannies and casual cruelties created a climate of hopelessness that was more psychologically damaging than the spectacular brutalities practiced by other Highlords. People could adapt to the threat of dramatic punishment, but the constant uncertainty of Toad's arbitrary justice wore away at their souls like water dripping on stone. The fifth and final member of the Dragon Highlords Council was Salah Khan, master of the Green Wing and ruler of the vast grasslands that stretched across the Central Plains. A former nomad chieftain who had united the scattered tribes through a combination of military conquest and political marriage, Salah Khan brought to his role as Highlord an understanding of tribal politics that made him uniquely effective at governing the diverse peoples of his domain. Unlike his fellow Highlords, who ruled primarily through fear, Salah Khan maintained his authority through a complex web of alliances and obligations that drew upon traditional nomadic customs. He understood that the tribes valued honor and personal loyalty above abstract ideologies, and he used this knowledge to create a power structure that felt natural to his subjects, even as it served the Dark Queen's purposes. His green dragon, Cyan Bloodbane, became a symbol of divine favor in the eyes of the Plains peoples, who saw in the Great Worm a manifestation of the storm spirits their ancestors had worshipped. The Central Plains under Salah Khan's rule became the primary recruiting ground for the dragon armies, providing a steady stream of cavalry and mounted archers whose mobility and skill made them the envy of military commanders throughout Ansalon. The nomadic traditions of the Plains peoples translated perfectly to the needs of a continental war, and their natural horsemanship combined with draconic organization created military units of unprecedented effectiveness. Together, the 5 Dragon Highlords created a system of governance that was both more efficient and more oppressive than anything Kryn had known since the days of the King Priest. Their territories were connected by roads that ran straight as arrows across the landscape, enabling rapid communication and troop movement that made coordinated resistance nearly impossible. Trade flowed along prescribed routes under draconic supervision, ensuring that wealth accumulated in the hands of those who served the dragon armies faithfully while impoverishing those who maintained even nominal independence. The administrative apparatus that the Highlords created was a marvel of bureaucratic efficiency, employing thousands of clerks, inspectors, and functionaries who monitored every aspect of daily life within the occupied territories. Birth records, death certificates, marriage licenses, and travel permits all required Draconic approval, creating a paper trail that made it virtually impossible for resistance movements to operate without detection. Citizens were required to carry identification papers at all times, and failure to produce proper documentation could result in immediate arrest and interrogation. Perhaps most insidiously, the Dragon Highlords created a system of rewards and privileges that made collaboration with the occupying forces attractive to ambitious individuals. Those who served the dragon armies faithfully could expect advancement, protection, and access to resources that were denied to the general population. Merchants who supplied the armies received preferential treatment in trade negotiations, while craftsmen who produced weapons and armor for draconic forces found their workshops protected from the raiders and bandits that plagued independent settlements. This system of graduated privilege created a class of willing collaborators who had a genuine stake in maintaining draconic rule. These individuals became the eyes and ears of the dragon armies within their communities, reporting suspicious activities and helping to identify potential troublemakers before they could organize effective resistance. The social fabric of the occupied territories was thus rewoven with threads of mutual suspicion and competing loyalties that made unified opposition extraordinarily difficult to achieve. The religious policies of the Dragon Highlords represented perhaps their most sophisticated tool of control, for they understood that spiritual submission was more complete and lasting than mere political obedience. Rather than simply suppressing all religious practice, they encouraged the worship of Takhisis while systematically undermining faith in the gods of light and neutrality. Temples were converted to serve the Dark Queen, but the conversion was often gradual and subtle, with familiar rituals slowly modified to incorporate draconic elements. Priests who refused to acknowledge Takhisis's supremacy were not typically executed in spectacular fashion, for that would have created martyrs whose memory might inspire future resistance. Instead, they were subjected to a gradual process of marginalization and ridicule that made their continued ministry increasingly difficult. Their followers were offered incentives to abandon the old faith, while those who remained loyal found themselves subjected to increasing restrictions and scrutiny. The educational system within the occupied territories was similarly transformed to serve draconic purposes. Schools that had once taught reading, writing, and arithmetic began to emphasize loyalty, obedience, and the divine right of draconic rule. Children learned their letters by copying passages from religious texts that praised Takhisis, while arithmetic lessons involved calculating the tribute owed to dragon army garrisons and the punishments appropriate for various forms of disobedience. Most effectively of all, the Dragon Highlords understood that their rule would be most secure if they could make resistance seem not merely dangerous, but actually immoral. They portrayed themselves as the legitimate heirs of the authority that the old gods had abandoned, arguing that those who opposed draconic rule were really opposing the divine order itself. This theological justification for tyranny proved remarkably effective, particularly among populations that had suffered greatly in the chaos following the cataclysm, and genuinely appreciated the stability that dragon army occupation provided. The economic policies of the Highlords created a system of dependency that made rebellion economically, as well as militarily costly. Communities that submitted to draconic rule found their trade routes protected, their harvests secured against raiders, and their craftsmen supplied with materials and tools that enabled unprecedented prosperity. Those who attempted to maintain independence, by contrast, found themselves cut off from these benefits and increasingly vulnerable to the bandits and monsters that the dragon armies allowed to prey upon unprotected settlements. Thus did the Dragon Highlords create a reign that was terrible, not merely because of its cruelty, but because of its efficiency and its seductive promise of order in a chaotic world. They offered their subjects a bargain that many found difficult to refuse. Surrender your freedom, and we will guarantee your security. Submit to our authority, and we will ensure your prosperity. Abandon your hope of divine salvation, and we will provide earthly comfort. It was a system that might have endured for centuries, growing stronger with each passing generation, as the memory of freedom faded and acceptance of draconic rule became the natural order. But the Dragon Highlords, for all their sophistication and strategic brilliance, had made one crucial miscalculation. They had assumed that the gods would remain forever silent, that the age of miracles was permanently ended, and that mortals would never again have the spiritual resources necessary to challenge temporal tyranny. The arrival of Goldmoon, bearing the staff of Mishakal, represented the first crack in the foundation of their carefully constructed empire, for the Dragon Highlords had built their power upon the assumption that hope was dead. And now hope had returned to the world in the most dangerous form possible, as divine truth made manifest in mortal hands. The War of the Lance was about to begin in earnest, and all their preparations and stratagems would be tested against forces that no earthly power could ultimately withstand. Chapter 6. The Chronicles of Darkness, Tsaroth, and Ancient Secrets. Truth has a way of surviving even when those who would suppress it believe they have buried it beyond all hope of recovery. In the depths of the earth, beneath layers of stone and centuries of accumulated darkness, knowledge waits with the patience of eternity for those brave enough to seek it out. The ancient city of Tsaroth, once a jewel of pre-cataclysm civilization, had become a tomb of forgotten wisdom, its libraries and temples transformed into repositories of secrets that could reshape the understanding of gods and mortals alike. Yet in its very corruption lay the keys to redemption, if heroes could be found with the courage to descend into darkness and the wisdom to recognize light when they found it. Before the cataclysm shattered the world and remade its geography in fire and flood, Tsaroth had stood as one of the greatest centers of learning in all Ansalon. Its spires had reached toward the heavens like fingers of carved stone and precious metal, their heights crowned with observatories where scholars studied the movements of stars and moons, seeking to understand the cosmic patterns that governed fate and fortune. The city's libraries contained scrolls and codices gathered from every corner of the known world, written in dozens of languages and dealing with subjects that ranged from the most practical matters of agriculture and engineering to the most esoteric mysteries of divine nature and planar cosmology. The priests of Mishakal had maintained their greatest temple in Tsaroth, a vast complex of healing halls and meditation chambers where the sick and troubled could find both physical cure and spiritual counsel. The temple's archives contained the most complete records of divine revelation that existed anywhere in the world, including the precious discs of Mishakal, platinum plates inscribed with the goddess's own words that contained the true history of creation, the nature of the gods, and the prophecies that foretold both the world's darkest hour and its ultimate redemption. When the fiery mountain fell from the sky and the earth convulsed in its death throes, Tsaroth had been one of the first casualties of divine wrath. The ground beneath the city had cracked and split, opening vast chasms that swallowed entire districts in moments. But rather than being completely destroyed, the city had sunk into the earth itself, its broken spires disappearing beneath layers of rock and soil that the cataclysmic upheavals had deposited over its ruins. For 3.5 centuries, Tsaroth had remained buried, its treasures sealed away from the world above, but the city had not remained empty during its long entombment. In the years following the cataclysm, as darkness spread across the land and evil creatures multiplied in the absence of divine protection, the sunken ruins had become home to things that thrived in shadow and corruption. The beautiful temples had become lairs for monsters, the gracious fountains had filled with poisonous water, and the very air had grown thick with malevolent influences that twisted both flesh and spirit. It was here, in this place where ancient wisdom lay corrupted by centuries of evil, that the companions found themselves drawn by the urgent need to understand the true nature of Goldmoon's divine gift. The staff of Mishakal had revealed its power through miraculous healing, but its greater significance remained hidden behind veils of mystery that only the goddess's own records could penetrate. The discs of Mishakal, if they had survived the city's destruction and the long years of corruption that followed, might contain the knowledge needed to fully comprehend what the return of divine magic meant for the world. The entrance to the sunken city lay hidden beneath a pool of dark water that reflected no light and seemed to swallow sound itself. The surface was perfectly still, unmarked by ripples or disturbance, giving no indication of the vast chambers that lay submerged beneath. Only Goldmoon's divine sight, enhanced by her connection to Mishakal, could penetrate the supernatural darkness that shrouded the entrance and perceive the ancient stonework that lay beneath the water's deceptive surface. Descending into Tsaroth was like entering a realm where the normal laws of nature no longer held sway. The water that filled the upper levels was not the clean liquid that should have accumulated from rain and groundwater, but something altogether more sinister, a fluid that moved with deliberate purpose and seemed to possess a malevolent consciousness of its own. It clung to skin and clothing with an oily persistence that no amount of washing could completely remove, leaving behind a taint that made the very act of breathing feel like a violation of natural order. The architecture of the sunken city bore witness to the grandeur that Tsaroth had once possessed, but time and corruption had transformed beauty into horror with subtle artistry. Columns that had once supported soaring arches now thrust up from the murky water like the ribs of some vast corpse, their carved decorations weathered into shapes that resembled screaming faces and grasping claws. Frescoes that had depicted scenes of divine blessing and mortal joy had been stained and warped until they seemed to show torment and despair, the very pigments having been corrupted by the evil influences that permeated the ruins. The companion's passage through the upper levels of the city was marked by encounters with creatures that had once been human, but had been transformed by long exposure to the corrupting influences that filled the sunken chambers. These beings, known as specters, retained fragments of their former memories and personalities, but all their human warmth and compassion had been leached away, leaving only hunger for the life force of the living. They drifted through the flooded corridors like wisps of malevolent fog, their touch bringing not death but something worse, the slow drain of vitality that left victims weakened and vulnerable to further corruption. Among the most tragic of these encounters was with the spirit of a priest who had served in Mishakal's temple during the city's final days. The specter retained enough of its former identity to recognize Goldmoon's divine calling, and in a moment of clarity that pierced the veil of undeath, it spoke of the temple's location and the treasures that might still lie hidden within its deepest vaults. But the effort of coherent communication proved too much for its corrupted essence, and it faded back into mindless hunger, forcing the companions to defend themselves against what had once been a servant of the very goddess they now served. Deeper in the city, where the water gave way to air, but darkness remained absolute, the companions discovered chambers that revealed the true scope of the knowledge that had been lost in Tsaroth's fall. Libraries whose shelves had once held tens of thousands of volumes now contained only empty spaces and scattered fragments, the precious texts having crumbled to dust or been consumed by creatures that fed on knowledge itself. Laboratories where scholars had once pursued the secrets of alchemy and natural philosophy had become workshops for darker purposes, their equipment twisted into tools for torture and experimentation that defied all ethical bounds. It was in one of these corrupted laboratories that the companions encountered their most dangerous adversary, yet a black dragon of ancient lineage who had claimed the ruins as her personal domain. Kissant, called Onyx by those who knew her reputation, was no mere beast driven by instinct and hunger, but a creature of terrible intelligence and sophisticated malice, who had spent decades studying the accumulated knowledge of the sunken city for her own dark purposes. Kissant had made her lair in what had once been the city's greatest library, surrounding herself with the few texts that had survived the centuries of neglect and decay. She had learned to read the ancient scripts in which these volumes were written, and her understanding of pre-cataclysm history and theology far exceeded that of most mortal scholars. This knowledge made her a formidable opponent, not just physically, but intellectually and spiritually as well. For she could counter the companions' arguments with twisted logic and perverted scholarship that made evil seem reasonable, and darkness appear as light. The dragon's presence in the library was not coincidental, for she served as guardian over secrets that Takhisis did not want revealed to the world. Among the texts that Takhisis protected were records that documented the true relationship between the gods of good and evil, showing that the cosmic balance was not the eternal struggle that most mortals believed, but a carefully maintained equilibrium that both sides had agreed to preserve. These revelations, if they became widely known, might undermine the theological foundations upon which the dragon Highlords had built their authority. The battle with Kissant was fought as much with words as with weapons, for the dragon understood that physical defeat of the companions would be less valuable than their spiritual corruption. she offered them knowledge and power, promising to share the secrets of the lost city in exchange for their abandonment of the cause of light. Her arguments were seductive and sophisticated, appealing not to base greed or crude ambition, but to the very virtues that had made the companions heroes: their desire to help others, their commitment to justice, their willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. To Tanis, she offered the secret of reconciling his dual heritage, showing him texts that described rituals by which the conflict between human and elven nature could be resolved through the embrace of darker powers. To Sturm, she presented evidence that the knighthood had been corrupted from its very beginning, that the codes he venerated were built upon foundations of hypocrisy and self-deception. To Raistlin, she revealed magical formulae that promised power beyond anything the white-robed mages could offer, spells that could grant dominion over life and death itself. But it was her approach to Goldmoon that proved most insidious, for Chronicles argued that the barbarian priestess was being deceived by her own goddess. The dragon produced ancient texts that seemed to show Mishakal collaborating with Takhisis in the distant past, working together to manipulate mortal events for purposes that served divine interests rather than mortal welfare. She suggested that Goldmoon's healing powers were not gifts freely given but tools designed to make mortals dependent upon divine favor, ensuring their eternal servitude to powers beyond their comprehension. The companions' response to these temptations revealed the true strength of their character and the depth of their commitment to the cause of light. Rather than being swayed by the dragon's arguments, they found in them confirmation of the rightness of their path. The very sophistication of Kisant's reasoning, the careful way she twisted truth to serve falsehood, demonstrated the reality of the cosmic struggle between good and evil that their quest represented. The physical battle that followed was brief but decisive, for the companions had learned to work together as a unified force that combined their individual strengths into something greater than the sum of its parts. Tanis's leadership provided coordination, while Sturm's courage inspired them all to acts of heroism that exceeded their individual capabilities. Karaman's strength protected the more vulnerable members of the group, while Raistlin's magic provided the tactical advantages needed to overcome a foe of draconic power. Goldmoon's divine healing sustained them through injuries that would have incapacitated ordinary mortals, while Riverwind's archery and Flint's craftsmanship contributed essential elements to their strategy. But perhaps most importantly, Tasselhoff's Kender nature provided the unpredictable element that Kisant's careful planning could not account for. The little Kender's irrepressible curiosity led him to examine the very texts that the dragon had been using to support her arguments, and his natural immunity to fear allowed him to approach dangerous magical artifacts that would have terrified wiser beings. It was Taz who discovered that many of the documents Kisant had shown them were forgeries, created by the dragon herself using alchemical techniques learned from the corrupted laboratories. The defeat of Kisant opened the way to the deepest vaults of Mishakal's temple, where the greatest treasures of Tsaroth had been hidden away when the cataclysm first threatened the city. Here, in chambers that had been sealed by divine power and protected by enchantments that had endured for centuries, the companions discovered the discs of Mishakal in their original glory. The platinum plates gleamed with their own inner radiance, unmarked by time or corruption, their surface inscribed with writing that seemed to shift and flow like living light. The discs contained revelations that transformed the companions' understanding of their world and their place within it. They learned that the cataclysm had not been an act of divine wrath, but a desperate intervention to prevent an even greater catastrophe: the complete corruption of the world by forces that sought to eliminate the possibility of free will itself. The king-priest's attempted ascension to godhood had threatened to create a reality where good and evil were defined by temporal authority rather than eternal truth, where morality became merely another tool of political control. More importantly, the discs revealed that the current age of darkness was not a punishment for mortal failings, but a test of mortal potential. The gods had withdrawn not in anger but in hope, creating space for mortals to demonstrate their capacity for independent moral choice. The return of divine magic through Goldmoon's ministry was not the beginning of a new age of dependence upon divine power, but the start of a partnership between gods and mortals, based upon mutual respect and shared commitment to the cause of light. Among the most significant revelations contained in the discs was the true nature of the dragon orbs that Takhisis had created to ensnare the good dragons. The artifacts were not merely tools of control, but vessels containing fragments of the Dark Queen's own essence, designed to gradually transform their users into extensions of her will. This knowledge would prove crucial in the struggles to come, for it revealed both the source of the orb's power and the method by which their influence could be resisted or overcome. The companions also learned of the existence of other artifacts and sources of power that could be used to oppose the dragon armies, hidden treasures, and forgotten weapons that had been prepared against the day when the forces of light would once again take the field against darkness. Some of these were physical objects, swords blessed by Kiri Jolith, armor forged in the flames of Mount Nevermind, staffs carved from the wood of trees that had stood since the world's creation. Others were less tangible but no less real, prophecies that revealed the strategies by which evil could be defeated, rituals that could restore the balance between opposing forces, and knowledge that could unlock the potential for heroism that lay dormant within ordinary mortals. But perhaps the most valuable treasure that the companions found in Tsaroth was not any physical artifact or written revelation, but the experience of descending into darkness and emerging with their faith intact. They had faced the sophisticated temptations that evil could devise, had been offered power and knowledge that appealed to their deepest desires, and had chosen instead to remain true to principles that offered no immediate reward beyond the satisfaction of moral integrity. The transformation that this experience worked upon each of them was subtle but profound. Tanis found within himself the strength to accept his divided heritage, not as a curse, but as a unique gift that allowed him to understand and bridge differences that might otherwise prove irreconcilable. Sturm discovered that true honor lay not in blind adherence to ancient codes, but in the wisdom to apply eternal principles to changing circumstances. Karaman learned that his greatest strength was not physical prowess, but the loyal heart that made him willing to sacrifice everything for those he loved. Raistlin's transformation was perhaps the most significant and troubling, for his encounter with Kissant's corrupted knowledge had shown him visions of power that mortal magic could never provide. Yet rather than being tempted by these revelations, he found himself repelled by the price that such power demanded: the surrender of everything that made life worth living in exchange for dominion over a reality drained of all meaning and beauty. The seeds of his future struggles were planted in Tsaroth, but so too was the foundation of wisdom that would ultimately allow him to choose correctly when the moment of final testing arrived. The companions' emergence from the sunken city marked a turning point, not just in their individual journeys, but in the larger struggle between light and darkness that would define the age. They brought with them proof that the gods had not abandoned the world, knowledge that could be used to resist the dragon army's advance, and most importantly, demonstration that heroes could arise from the most unlikely sources when circumstances demanded extraordinary courage. The ruins of Tsaroth, cleansed by their passage and blessed by Goldmoon's divine presence, began the slow process of healing that would eventually see the ancient city restored to something approaching its former glory. The evil influences that had corrupted its chambers for centuries fled before the light of renewed faith, and the specters that had haunted its corridors found peace at last. The library that Kissant had claimed as her lair became once again a repository of wisdom, its surviving texts available to scholars who would rebuild the understanding that had been lost in the cataclysm's aftermath. Yet the companions knew that their discovery of the discs was only the beginning of their true quest, for the knowledge they had gained brought with it responsibilities that would test them far more severely than any physical danger they had yet faced. They were no longer merely adventurers seeking treasure or glory, but champions of a cause that transcended personal ambition or desire. The War of the Lance was about to begin in earnest, and they would find themselves at the center of conflicts that would determine not just the political future of their world, but the very nature of existence itself. Chapter 7. The The knights measure Sturm's trial by fire. Honor is not a garment that can be put on or taken off at will, but a quality of the soul that either burns bright or gutters out entirely, revealing in its radiance or its absence the true nature of those who claim to possess it. In an age when cynicism had become wisdom and pragmatism had replaced principle, when the very concept of nobility had been tarnished by the failures of those who should have embodied it, one man stood as living proof that the ancient virtues could still inspire greatness in mortal hearts. Sturm Brightblade, last knight of a fallen order, carried within himself the ember of an ideal that refused to die, and in the crucible of war, that ember would either flare into a beacon that could guide others through the darkness, or be extinguished forever by the weight of a world that no longer believed in heroes. The Knights of Solamnia had once been the shining pinnacle of mortal achievement, an order of warrior priests whose dedication to justice and honor had made them legends throughout Ansalon. For over 1,000 years, they had stood as guardians of the innocent and champions of the weak, their rose-crowned fortresses serving as beacons of hope in a world often shadowed by cruelty and despair. The three orders within the knighthood, the Knights of the Crown, devoted to loyalty and obedience, the Knights of the Sword, dedicated to courage and heroism, and the Knights of the Rose, consecrated to wisdom and justice, had worked together to create a tradition of service that transcended individual ambition and personal desire. But the cataclysm had shattered more than just the physical geography of the world. It had broken the spiritual foundations upon which the knighthood had been built. When the gods fell silent and the miracles that had validated the knight's divine mandate ceased to manifest, many began to question whether their oaths and sacrifices had ever possessed any meaning beyond the political convenience of those they served. The revelation that the king-priest, whom many knights had supported and defended, had brought divine wrath upon the world through his hubris, dealt a blow to the order's reputation from which it never fully recovered. In the chaos that followed the world's breaking, many knights abandoned their posts and their principles, seeking to preserve their own lives and fortunes in a reality that no longer rewarded selfless service. Those who remained faithful to their oaths found themselves increasingly isolated, viewed with suspicion by the very people they sought to protect. The common folk, suffering under the burden of endless wars and natural disasters, began to see the knights not as protectors but as parasites, noble-born warriors who demanded tribute and obedience, while offering little in return. By the time Sturm reached adulthood, the Knights of Solamnia existed more as a memory than a reality. The great fortresses stood empty or occupied by bandits. The training halls where young men had once learned the arts of war and the principles of honor had fallen into ruin, and the ceremonies that had once bound knight to knight in bonds stronger than blood had not been performed in decades. Yet in the crumbling castle of his ancestors, surrounded by the faded banners and tarnished armor of heroes long dead, Sturm had maintained his faith in the ideals that had made the knighthood great. His education in the ways of knighthood had been solitary and often improvised, gleaned from dusty tomes and half-remembered stories, rather than the careful tutelage that had shaped knights in better times. He had learned swordplay from a father who died too young, leaving behind only fragments of wisdom, and a son burdened with impossible expectations. The code and the measure, the complex body of laws and customs that governed knightly conduct, had become his scripture and his burden, a set of principles so demanding that few mortals could hope to live up to them completely. The code demanded that a knight be honest in all dealings, brave in the face of danger, merciful to the defeated, and protective of those who could not protect themselves. The measure went further, prescribing specific responses to countless situations and moral dilemmas, creating a framework of behavior so detailed that it governed everything from how a knight should greet a superior to the proper way to face death in battle. Together, they formed a system of ethics that was simultaneously inspiring and crushing, offering a path to transcendent nobility, while setting standards that seemed designed to ensure perpetual failure. Sturm's internal struggle with these impossible ideals had shaped his character in ways both noble and tragic. His dedication to honor was absolute, but it came at the cost of the flexibility and pragmatism that might have made him more effective in the morally ambiguous situations that dominated the post-cataclysm world. He could not lie, even when the truth might endanger innocent lives. He could not retreat, even when tactical withdrawal might preserve his forces for a more favorable engagement. He could not compromise, even when compromise might achieve greater good through smaller sacrifice. This rigidity made him simultaneously admirable and frustrating to his companions, who respected his principles while sometimes questioning their practical application. Tanis valued Sturm's moral clarity, but worried about his inflexibility. Caramon admired his courage but feared for his life. Raistlin found his dedication intellectually interesting but emotionally incomprehensible. Even those who loved him most could not always understand the internal logic that drove him to choose the most difficult path in every situation. The crisis that would define Sturm's legacy began when reports reached the companions of a massive dragon army advancing toward the Highlords Tower, the ancient fortress that controlled the mountain passes leading to Palanthas and the Western Territories. The tower had stood empty for decades, its strategic importance forgotten in an age when the knighthood lacked the strength to garrison such remote positions. Yet its location made it the key to defending the last free cities of the West against the advancing forces of darkness. The decision to defend the Highlords Tower was not made by any formal authority, for no such authority existed. Instead, it arose from the desperate recognition that someone had to make a stand, that the retreat from principle and responsibility had to end somewhere, or evil would triumph through the simple expedient of walking unopposed across a field that good had abandoned. A handful of knights, refugees from the Order's scattered remnants, had gathered at the tower with the intention of dying well rather than living in shame. When Sturm arrived at the Highlords Tower with his companions, he found a motley collection of men who called themselves knights, but lacked the formal recognition that would validate their claim to that title. Some were veterans of the old order who had maintained their oaths through decades of exile and hardship. Others were young men who had adopted knightly ideals without ever receiving proper training or investiture. All were united by the understanding that they were likely marching to their deaths, but that some things were worth dying for even if victory seemed impossible. The tower itself was a monument to bygone glory, its walls rising from the mountainside like a continuation of the living rock, its battlements offering commanding views of the passes that any army would have to traverse to reach the western lands. Built in an age when divine magic had supplemented human engineering, the fortress possessed defenses that were both practical and mystical, designed to withstand sieges that might last for years. Yet time and neglect had taken their toll, leaving gaps in the walls, weaknesses in the foundations, and vulnerabilities that a determined enemy could exploit. The preparation for siege became Sturm's first real test of leadership, for the desperate nature of their situation had created a command structure based more on respect and competence than formal rank. Though he held no official position within the remnants of the knighthood, his unwavering dedication to the code and the measure made him a natural leader for men who were themselves struggling to remember what it meant to be knights. His decisions were guided not by tactical expediency, but by moral principle, creating a defense that was simultaneously inspiring and seemingly suicidal. The dragon army that approached the Highlords Tower was unlike anything the world had seen since the wars of the ancient past. Led by Kitiara herself, mounted on the blue dragon's sky, it represented the combined might of multiple dragon Highlords, united in their determination to crush the last vestiges of organized resistance in the Western Territories. The army's advance columns consisted of draconians supported by human mercenaries and barbarian auxiliaries, while its core was formed by disciplined regiments trained in the brutal efficiency that characterized all forces serving the Dark Queen. The siege began with a systematic assault on the tower's outer defenses, as draconian engineers, directed by blue dragons circling overhead, identified and exploited every weakness in the ancient fortifications. The defenders found themselves vastly outnumbered, their small force of knights and volunteers facing an enemy that could afford to lose hundreds of troops in exchange for gaining yards of ground. Yet they held their positions with a determination that surprised even their enemies, fighting not for victory but for the principle that evil should not be allowed to triumph without contest. Sturm's leadership during the early phases of the siege revealed both the strengths and limitations of his character. His personal courage was unquestionable, and his presence on the battlements inspired the defenders to acts of heroism that exceeded their individual capabilities. When the walls were breached, he was the first to leap into the gap. When the enemy scaled the towers, he led the charge to throw them back. His sword, wielded with skill honed by years of solitary practice, cut down draconians and mercenaries with equal efficiency, becoming a symbol of resistance that the enemy learned to fear. Yet his insistence on following the code and the measure, even in the desperate circumstances of a hopeless siege, sometimes created difficulties that a more pragmatic commander might have avoided. He refused to use tactics that might be considered dishonorable, even when such tactics might have saved lives or delayed the enemy's advance. He would not allow the torture of captured enemies for information, even when such intelligence might have prevented successful attacks. He insisted on treating enemy dead with respect, even when time spent on such courtesies might have been better used strengthening defenses. The conflict between Sturm's idealism and the harsh realities of warfare came to a head during a night attack that nearly overran the tower's central keep. The defenders, exhausted by days of constant fighting, had begun to waver when draconian assault troops broke through the main gate and began slaughtering everyone in their path. A more conventional commander might have ordered a fighting retreat to prepared positions, preserving his forces for a counterattack when circumstances were more favorable. Instead, Sturm chose to make his stand in the tower's great hall, where the banners of knights long dead still hung from the rafters, and the ceremonial artifacts of a vanished age gleamed in the torchlight. He understood that this was more than a tactical decision. It was a symbolic choice that would determine whether the knighthood died with dignity or faded away through compromise and retreat. If the order was to be extinguished, let it end here, in this place consecrated to its highest ideals, with its last representative standing firm in defense of everything it had once meant. The battle in the Great Hall was both a military engagement and a spiritual crisis, as the remaining defenders found themselves fighting not just for their lives, but for the validation of their entire worldview. The draconians who poured through the shattered doors brought with them more than weapons and armor. They carried the promise of a new age, where might would make right, and honor would be remembered only as the delusion of fools. Against this tide of cynical brutality, Sturm and his companions stood like a breakwater, their resistance more important for what it represented than for any tactical advantage it might provide. It was during this desperate struggle that Sturm experienced the divine intervention that would transform him from a would-be knight into a true paladin of the light. As the battle reached its climax and defeat seemed inevitable, he felt a presence descend upon him that was both familiar and awesome. The spirit of Paladin himself, returning to the world through the faith of one who had never wavered in his devotion to righteousness. The god's power flowed through Sturm like liquid fire, healing his wounds, strengthening his sword arm, and filling him with the kind of absolute certainty that had once been the hallmark of true paladins. The transformation was visible to all who witnessed it, as Sturm's worn armor began to gleam with inner radiance, and his sword blazed with holy fire that could cut through draconian hide as easily as silk. But more important than these physical manifestations was the change in Sturm himself. As the last traces of doubt and uncertainty were burned away by divine grace, he no longer fought as a man desperately clinging to outdated ideals, but as an instrument of divine justice, whose very presence on the battlefield tipped the cosmic scales toward light. The counterattack that followed drove the draconians from the great hall and back through the tower's corridors, but Sturm understood that this victory was only temporary. The enemy force was too large and too well equipped to be defeated by divine intervention alone. All that Paladin's blessing had accomplished was to buy time for a more permanent solution to present itself. That solution, when it came, would require the ultimate sacrifice that the code and the measure both demanded and dreaded, the willing surrender of life itself in service to a cause greater than personal survival. The moment of final testing arrived when Kitiara herself, mounted on Sky and supported by a full wing of blue dragons, launched a direct assault on the tower's highest battlements. Her strategy was both personal and tactical, designed to eliminate the spiritual leadership that had made the defense so effective, while demonstrating to her own forces that no mortal hero could stand against draconic might. She called out Sturm by name, challenging him to single combat with the promise that his death would end the siege and spare the lives of his remaining followers. Sturm's acceptance of this challenge was never in question, for the code demanded that knights meet such tests of courage, regardless of their chances of survival. Yet his decision was motivated by more than mere adherence to tradition. He understood that this battle would be remembered long after the immediate tactical situation was resolved, becoming either a symbol of knightly failure or an inspiration for future generations. If he fought well and died nobly, his sacrifice might rekindle the spark of honor that had seemed extinguished forever. The aerial duel that followed was witnessed by both armies, as dragons and humans alike paused in their fighting to observe a confrontation that transcended the ordinary boundaries of warfare. Sturm, standing alone on the tower's highest parapet with his sword raised against the sky, seemed impossibly small and fragile, compared to the massive form of Sky diving toward him with talons extended and lightning crackling between his fangs. Yet there was something in the knight's posture, in his absolute stillness as death approached, that spoke of a courage so complete that it transformed weakness into strength. The battle was brief but decisive, ending when Sturm's blade, guided by skill honed through years of practice and blessed by divine power, found the one vulnerable spot in Sky's draconic anatomy. The great blue dragon's death cry echoed across the mountains like thunder, his massive form plummeting from the sky to crash against the rocks below. But victory came at a price that honor demanded and love mourned, as Kitiara's sword, thrown with desperate accuracy in her mount's final moments, found its mark in Sturm's heart. As he fell, Sturm felt no pain, only a profound sense of completion that came from knowing he had fulfilled every obligation that duty and honor could demand. His last sight was of the rose and crown symbol on his shield, gleaming in the morning sunlight that was breaking over the eastern peaks. His last thought was of the code and the measure, and how their seemingly impossible demands had proven to be not burdens but gifts, providing the framework within which an ordinary man could achieve extraordinary nobility. The effect of Sturm's sacrifice rippled outward from the Highlords' tower, like waves spreading from a stone dropped into still water. The remaining defenders, inspired by their leader's example, fought with renewed determination that eventually drove off the dragon army despite their overwhelming numerical disadvantage. More importantly, word of the knight's heroic death spread throughout the western territories, carrying with it proof that the old virtues were not dead but merely dormant, waiting for heroes brave enough to embody them completely. In the months that followed, young men began appearing at the ruins of Solamnic fortresses, seeking to learn the code and the measure that had given Sturm the strength to face death unflinchingly. Veterans who had abandoned their oaths in the chaos following the cataclysm began to remember why they had sworn them in the first place. The knighthood, which had seemed destined for extinction, began the slow process of rebuilding itself around the example of one man who had refused to let honor die. Yet perhaps the most significant legacy of Sturm's sacrifice was not its effect on the knighthood itself, but its impact on the larger struggle between light and darkness that was engulfing the world. His death had proven that mortals could still achieve the kind of transcendent heroism that the gods themselves respected and honored. In an age when cynicism and despair had become the dominant philosophies, Sturm's example offered proof that nobility was not naive idealism, but the highest expression of human potential. The funeral that followed his death became a ceremony that restored meaning to rituals that had grown empty through disuse and neglect. Knights who had not spoken to each other in years came together to honor one who had embodied their shared ideals more completely than any of them. The service was conducted according to the ancient forms, with prayers offered to gods who had seemed absent, but were now clearly listening. Sturm's body was laid to rest in the tomb, reserved for the greatest heroes of the Order, but his spirit had already begun its journey toward a different kind of immortality. In the years that followed, bards would sing of the Knight of the Rose who died defending the Highlords' tower, but their songs would capture only the external events of his sacrifice. The true significance of Sturm's life and death lay not in the tactical victory he achieved, or the enemies he defeated, but in his demonstration that the human capacity for moral greatness had survived even the darkest age in recorded history. He had proven that honor was not a luxury that could be discarded when circumstances became difficult, but a necessity that gave meaning to existence itself. The War of the Lance would continue for years after Sturm's death, with victories and defeats that would reshape the political map of Anzalon. But the spiritual victory that he achieved at the Highlords' tower had already determined the war's ultimate outcome, for he had shown that the forces of light possessed something that no amount of draconic power could overcome: the willingness of good people to sacrifice everything for principles that transcended personal survival. In the end, that willingness would prove to be the foundation upon which lasting victory could be built. Chapter 8. Magic's Price. Raistlin's Transformation. Ambition is the fire that drives mortals to transcend their limitations, yet it is also the flame that can consume everything they hold dear in its relentless hunger for more. In the pursuit of power that lies beyond the reach of ordinary men, some souls discover truths that illuminate the very foundations of existence, while others find only shadows that devour their humanity piece by piece. The path of the mage is perhaps the most perilous of all mortal endeavors, for it demands not just the sacrifice of comfort and safety, but the willingness to risk one's very essence in the pursuit of forces that the gods themselves handle with care. For Raistlin Majera, frail of body but mighty of mind, that path would lead through transformation so profound that when he emerged from its crucible, those who loved him would wonder if the man they had known still existed within the changed being he had become. From his earliest childhood, Raistlin had been marked by the contradictions that would define his entire existence. Born with an intellect that could grasp complex magical theories, while other children struggled with simple arithmetic, he possessed a mind capable of unraveling the deepest mysteries of the universe. Yet that brilliant intellect was housed in a body so fragile that a common cold could leave him bedridden for weeks, and a minor exertion could trigger coughing fits that left him gasping for breath like a drowning man. The cruel irony of his situation was not lost on Raistlin, who understood from an early age that the gods had given him the capacity to achieve greatness, while denying him the physical strength to pursue it safely. While his twin brother Caramon grew tall and strong, becoming the protector that his frailty required, Raistlin found himself trapped in a prison of weakness that made every day a struggle for survival. This constant battle against his own mortality shaped his character in ways both admirable and terrible, instilling in him the discipline and determination necessary for magical mastery, while also nurturing a bitterness toward fate that would eventually consume much of his capacity for joy. Magic called to Raistlin not as a career choice, but as a desperate necessity, the only path that might allow him to transcend the limitations of flesh that had been imposed upon him at birth. In the arcane arts, he found the promise of power that did not depend upon physical strength, influence that could be wielded through force of will rather than force of arms. The early stages of his magical education revealed both his extraordinary potential and the price that accessing it would demand, for each spell he learned seemed to drain a little more vitality from his already weakened constitution. His studies took him to the edges of knowledge that most mages approached only with the greatest caution, into realms of theory and practice that had been forbidden or forgotten for good reason. While other apprentices content themselves with simple cantrips and minor enchantments, Raistlin delved into texts that described the fundamental forces underlying reality itself. He memorized formulae that could bend space and time, studied diagrams that mapped the connections between the material world and the planes of elemental power, and practiced exercises that trained his mind to perceive truths that mortal senses were never designed to comprehend. Yet for all his academic brilliance, Raistlin remained untested in the crucible that separated true mages from mere scholars, the test administered by the towers of high sorcery. These ancient institutions, built in the days when magic was respected and feared in equal measure, served as guardians of the arcane knowledge that could reshape the world for good or ill. The tests they administered were not mere examinations of technical competence, but profound spiritual ordeals designed to reveal the deepest truths about the candidate's character and potential. The test was known to be dangerous, with a significant percentage of candidates failing to survive the ordeal. Those who did emerge successful bore scars, both visible and invisible, marks of the transformation that separated them forever from the mundane world they had left behind. Yet for ambitious mages like Raistlin, the test represented not just a rite of passage, but the only gateway to the higher mysteries that made magical study worthwhile. Without its validation, even the most brilliant theorist would remain forever locked out of the true secrets of the art. The Tower of High Sorcery at Wayreth, where Raistlin would face his test, was a place that existed partially outside the normal flow of space and time, its location shifting according to the will of its masters and the needs of those who sought its services. The tower itself seemed to be constructed from crystallized moonlight and shadow, its walls neither fully solid nor entirely transparent, but something that partook of both states simultaneously. Within its confines, the normal laws of physics held only tentative sway, creating an environment where the impossible became merely improbable, and the improbable became inevitable. The mages who administered the tests were themselves products of the tower's transformative power, their humanity refined and distilled, until only the essence of magical purpose remained. They spoke in voices that seemed to come from great distances, their words carrying harmonics that resonated in dimensions beyond the merely auditory. When they looked upon a candidate, their gaze penetrated not just flesh and bone, but the very structure of the soul, reading the patterns of destiny that would determine whether the aspirant would become a force for creation or destruction. Raistlin's test began not with dramatic fanfare, but with a simple step across a threshold that separated the tower's entrance hall from its inner chambers. Yet that single step transported him not just through space, but through the barriers that normally separated reality from possibility, dropping him into a realm where his deepest fears and highest aspirations would be given tangible form. The chamber in which he found himself was simultaneously familiar and alien, resembling the library where he had spent countless hours studying, but transformed into something that embodied the very concept of knowledge itself. The books that lined the walls were not mere collections of pages bound in leather, but living repositories of wisdom that whispered their secrets to those bold enough to approach them. Some contained spells of such power that merely reading their titles could blind the unprepared, while others held knowledge so dangerous that the tower's guardians had deemed it necessary to chain them shut with bonds forged from crystallized time itself. At the center of the chamber stood a lectern, bearing a single volume whose pages seemed to be written in light itself, its contents shifting and changing as Raistlin watched. The first challenge the test presented was deceptively simple: to approach the lectern and read from the book that waited there. Yet Raistlin could sense that this apparent simplicity masked complexities that could destroy an unprepared mind. The knowledge contained in that luminous tome was not just information but power in its purest form, raw magical energy, waiting to be channeled by one strong enough to contain it. To read from its pages would be to invite that power into his being, accepting the transformation that would make him a true mage, while risking the possibility that the force would prove too great for his mortal frame to contain. As he approached the lectern, Raistlin became aware of a presence watching him from the shadows between the bookshelves. At first, he thought it might be one of the tower's guardians, come to observe his performance and judge his worthiness. But as the figure stepped into the light, he realized with shock that he was looking at himself, or rather, at what he might become if he chose to embrace the power that the test offered. This other Raistlin was transformed beyond easy recognition, his eyes replaced by pools of liquid fire that could see through the veils of reality to the fundamental forces beneath. His skin had taken on a golden hue that spoke of magical energies flowing through his very flesh, while his voice carried harmonics that suggested he had learned to speak in the language of creation itself. This transformed version of himself spoke without moving his lips, his words appearing directly in Raistlin's mind with a clarity that was both beautiful and terrifying. "Look upon what you can become," the vision said, "and understand the price that greatness demands. The power you seek will remake you completely, burning away everything weak and purely human, until only the essential core of magical purpose remains. You will gain the ability to reshape reality itself, but you will lose the capacity to find joy in simple pleasures, to love without calculation, to trust without reservation. Is this exchange one you are prepared to make?" The question hung in the air like a physical presence, demanding an answer that would determine not just Raistlin's immediate fate, but the entire trajectory of his future existence. He could feel the weight of the choice pressing down upon him, forcing him to confront truths about himself that he had spent years avoiding. His desire for power was not merely academic curiosity or noble aspiration, but something darker and more desperate. The hunger of one who had always been denied the strength to control his own destiny, and would pay any price to escape that helplessness. Yet even as he acknowledged the selfishness of his motivation, Raistlin found himself unable to turn away from the path that had brought him to this moment. The weakness that had defined his entire existence, the constant awareness of his own mortality and vulnerability, had created within him a need for transcendence that overwhelmed every other consideration. If the price of power was the sacrifice of his humanity, then it was a price he was willing to pay. For what value did humanity have when it came wrapped in flesh, too frail to contain the ambitions of the spirit within? His acceptance of the transformation was not spoken aloud, but communicated through a simple act of will, a mental reaching toward the power that awaited him. The moment his decision was made, the chamber around him erupted into chaos, as the magical energies contained within the tower's walls responded to his choice. Books flew from their shelves, their pages fluttering like the wings of impossible birds, as the knowledge they contained merged and swirled in patterns too complex for mortal comprehension. The air itself became visible, taking on the consistency of liquid silver that flowed around him in spirals that traced the pathways through which magical energy would henceforth course through his being. The physical transformation began with his eyes, as the normal organs of sight dissolved, and were replaced by something far more profound: the ability to perceive the underlying structure of reality itself. Through these new organs of perception, Raistlin could see the threads of force that connected all things, the patterns of cause and effect that governed the interaction between matter and energy, the hidden weaknesses in the fabric of existence that a skilled mage could exploit to work apparent miracles. Yet this enhanced vision came with a terrible cost, for it also revealed the inevitable decay that waited at the heart of all living things, the slow entropy that would eventually claim every mortal creature. As his sight adapted to its new capabilities, Raistlin found himself able to see through the illusions that normally hid the process of aging and death from conscious awareness. Every living being he would henceforth encounter would appear to him in a state of gradual dissolution, their flesh transparent enough to reveal the bones beneath, their features marked by the subtle signs of the corruption that would eventually claim them. This vision of universal mortality would become one of the heaviest burdens of his transformation, a constant reminder that all beauty was temporary and all strength was ultimately illusory. The changes to his physical form followed naturally from the alteration of his perception, as his body adapted to serve as a conduit for forces that no unmodified human frame could contain. His skin took on the golden hue that marked those who had been touched by raw magical energy, while his hair became white as fresh snow, drained of its natural pigmentation by the power flowing through his veins. His voice, when he spoke, carried new harmonics that could make the simplest words resonate with arcane significance, though it also acquired a harsh quality, that reflected the damage the transformation had inflicted upon his mortal flesh. Most significantly, the chronic weakness that had plagued him since childhood was neither cured nor worsened, but transformed into something altogether different. His physical frailty became a necessary component of his magical strength, a limitation that prevented the power within him from burning through his mortal frame too quickly. The coughing fits that had once been merely symptoms of illness became release valves that allowed excess magical energy to escape before it could cause permanent damage, while his apparent vulnerability became a disguise that concealed the true extent of his capabilities. The final stage of the test required Raistlin to demonstrate his ability to control the power he had gained, to prove that the transformation had created a master rather than a slave of magical force. The chamber around him shifted and changed, becoming a battlefield where he faced opponents drawn from his own memories and fears. Some were physical manifestations of the bullies who had tormented him in childhood, while others were abstract embodiments of the intellectual challenges that had once seemed insurmountable. Each victory over these phantoms required not just the application of newly gained magical abilities, but the integration of those abilities with the knowledge and discipline he had acquired through years of study. The greatest test came when he was forced to confront a vision of his twin brother Caramon, transformed into an enemy who sought to destroy everything Raistlin had become. This phantom Caramon spoke with their shared memories and emotions, reminding Raistlin of their childhood bond and begging him to abandon the path that was leading him away from human connection. The battle that followed was not fought with swords or spells, but with competing visions of the future. Caramon's simple dream of brotherhood and mutual protection against Raistlin's complex ambition for transcendence and power. Victory in this final confrontation required Raistlin to make a choice that would define the rest of his existence, whether to preserve the bonds of love and loyalty that had sustained him through his early years, or to sacrifice them on the altar of magical achievement. The decision, when it came, was both inevitable and heartbreaking, as Raistlin chose power over love, ambition over connection, the promise of godhood over the certainty of human companionship. In that moment, he became truly alone, in a way that no amount of magical knowledge could remedy, cut off from the simple joys that made mortal existence meaningful. When the test concluded, and Raistlin found himself standing once again in the tower's entrance hall, he was no longer the same person who had entered. The mages who had administered his ordeal looked upon him with a mixture of satisfaction and sorrow, recognizing both the achievement he represented and the price he had paid. They granted him the red robes that marked his status as a mage of neutral alignment, neither wholly good nor entirely evil, but committed to the pursuit of magical knowledge regardless of its moral implications. The artifact he received as a symbol of his new status was the Staff of Magius, a weapon of legendary power that had belonged to one of the greatest mages in history. The staff recognized him as its new master, its crystal head beginning to glow with inner fire at his touch. Yet even as he accepted this mark of honor, Raistlin understood that it represented not just achievement but isolation, for the power to command such artifacts came with the responsibility to use them wisely, a responsibility that would forever separate him from those who could not comprehend the forces he now wielded. His emergence from the Tower of High Sorcery marked the beginning of a new phase in his relationship with his companions, particularly his twin brother Caramon. The bond between them, which had once been characterized by mutual dependence and unconditional love, was now complicated by the vast gulf that separated a powerful mage from an ordinary warrior. Caramon could no longer protect his brother as he had in childhood, for Raistlin's magical abilities made him far more dangerous than any physical threat they were likely to encounter. Yet neither could Raistlin return to the simple affection of their youth, for his enhanced perception revealed truths about his brother's nature that made uncomplicated love impossible. The transformation had given Raistlin the power he had always craved, but it had also stripped away much of what had made him human. He could now command forces that could reshape reality itself, but he had lost the ability to find pleasure in the simple experiences that brought joy to ordinary mortals. Food had no taste, music held no beauty, and physical comfort provided no relief from the constant awareness of mortality that his enhanced sight forced upon him. He had become exactly what he had always wanted to be, yet he discovered that the price of that transformation was the capacity to enjoy what he had achieved. Perhaps most tragically, Raistlin's new abilities allowed him to see his friends and companions as they truly were, stripped of the illusions that normally concealed the flaws and weaknesses in mortal character. He could perceive Takhisis' uncertainty and self-doubt, Sturm's desperate need for validation, Karaman's intellectual limitations, and the petty motivations that drove even the most noble actions. This knowledge made genuine friendship nearly impossible, for he could no longer interact with others without being constantly aware of their limitations and deceptions. Yet the test had also revealed possibilities that made even these sacrifices seem worthwhile. In the deepest moments of his transformation, Raistlin had caught glimpses of the ultimate mysteries that lay beyond mortal comprehension, the secrets of creation itself, the true nature of the gods, and the hidden mechanisms by which reality could be reshaped according to will and desire. These visions had shown him that godhood itself was not impossible for one willing to pay the necessary price, that the power of creation and destruction could be claimed by a mortal mind strong enough to contain it. This knowledge became both his greatest strength and his most dangerous weakness, for it filled him with ambitions that far exceeded anything a mortal being should reasonably attempt. The test had shown him what he could become, but it had also planted within him the seeds of a hunger that could never be fully satisfied. Each new magical ability he gained only revealed the existence of greater powers beyond his reach, while every mystery he solved only exposed deeper enigmas that demanded investigation. As the companions resumed their quest following Raistlin's transformation, they found themselves traveling with a being who was no longer entirely one of them. His magical abilities made him invaluable in their struggles against the dragon armies, for he could accomplish things that seemed miraculous to ordinary mortals. Yet his changed nature also made him unpredictable, and sometimes frightening, for the compassion and vulnerability that had once made him sympathetic had been burned away by forces that recognized no morality beyond the pursuit of knowledge and power. The tragedy of Raistlin's transformation was not that it changed him into something evil, but that it revealed the essential loneliness that lay at the heart of all great achievement. In gaining the power to transcend human limitations, he had lost the ability to share in human joys and sorrows. He had become a bridge between the mortal and divine realms, but bridges exist to be crossed, not to be inhabited. His greatest triumph had become his greatest burden, and the test that had given him everything he thought he wanted had taken away everything that might have made that achievement meaningful. Yet even in his isolation, Raistlin retained enough of his former humanity to understand what he had lost, and to mourn its passing. The golden skin and hourglass eyes that marked his transformation were also symbols of his separation from the world he had once inhabited, constant reminders that the price of power was the sacrifice of the very things that made power worth having. In choosing magic over love, ambition over connection, he had gained the ability to reshape reality, but lost the capacity to find joy in the reality he created. Chapter 9. The Good Dragon's Liberation. Freedom is not a gift that can be bestowed upon the unwilling, but a birthright that must be claimed through acts of courage that transform both the liberator and the liberated. In the darkest hour of the War of the Lance, when the skies belonged to chromatic dragons and hope seemed as distant as the memory of gods, the greatest tragedy was not the suffering of mortals under draconic tyranny, but the silence of those noble worms who should have been their protectors. The metallic dragons, gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper, had vanished from the world as completely as if they had never existed, leaving the forces of good to face an enemy that commanded the very heavens. Yet their absence was not abandonment but enslavement, their silence not indifference, but the result of a corruption so subtle and complete that it had turned the champions of light into unwilling servants of darkness. The mystery of the good dragon's disappearance had haunted the free peoples of Krynn since the dragon armies first began their conquest. Ancient songs spoke of times when metallic dragons had fought alongside mortal heroes, their breath weapons turning the tide of battles, and their wisdom guiding kings and emperors toward just decisions. These were not the distant myths that skeptics dismissed as folklore, but documented history that could be verified in the ruins of countless battlefields, where draconic bones lay mingled with those of the warriors they had died defending. Yet for over 3 centuries, no metallic dragon had been seen in the skies of Ansalon. The few scholars who dared to investigate their disappearance had found only empty lairs and ancient treasures guarded by nothing more dangerous than time itself. Some theorized that the good dragons had retreated to hidden refuges to wait out the Age of Darkness, while others suggested that they had simply died out, victims of some plague or curse that had claimed their entire species. The most pessimistic observers wondered if they had ever existed at all, if the legends of noble dragons were nothing more than wishful thinking projected onto creatures that were inherently evil. The truth, when it finally emerged, proved to be more terrible than any of these theories had suggested. The good dragons had not died or retreated, but had been systematically corrupted and enslaved by Takhisis through the most insidious means imaginable, the perversion of their own noble instincts into chains that bound them more securely than any physical fetters could have done. The Dragon Queen had understood that the metallic dragons could not be defeated through force of arms, for their power was too great and their virtue too pure. Instead, she had chosen to corrupt them through manipulation and deceit, turning their greatest strengths into weaknesses that could be exploited. The instrument of this corruption was the dragon orbs, artifacts of incredible power that appeared to be tools for controlling the chromatic dragons, but were actually traps designed to ensnare their metallic counterparts. These crystal spheres, each one containing a fragment of Takhisis's own essence, had been discovered by mortal heroes and scholars who believed they had found weapons that could be used against the forces of darkness. The orbs seemed to offer exactly what the desperate defenders of good most needed: the ability to turn dragons against their own kind, to create divisions within the ranks of evil that could be exploited for tactical advantage. The process by which the orbs ensnared their victims was gradual and subtle, beginning with seemingly benevolent assistance and progressing through stages of dependency until complete domination was achieved. When a metallic dragon first encountered one of these artifacts, it would appear to be exactly what it seemed: a tool for controlling chromatic dragons that had been created by ancient mages for the defense of the free peoples. The good dragon would gladly assist in using such a device, believing that it was helping to protect the innocent from the depredations of its corrupted kin. Yet each use of an orb created a small connection between the artifact and the dragon that wielded it, a psychic link that Takhisis could exploit to gradually influence her victim's thoughts and emotions. The process was so slow and subtle that the affected dragon would not notice any change in its fundamental nature, yet over time its perceptions would shift in ways that served the Dark Queen's purposes. Gradually, the clear moral distinctions that had once guided the dragon's actions would become clouded with doubt and uncertainty, while the simple joy it had once found in protecting the innocent would be replaced by a grim determination to impose order at any cost. The corruption spread like a plague through the ranks of the metallic dragons, for each one that fell under the orb's influence became an unwitting agent for converting others. They would speak to their kin of the necessity of using any available weapon against the forces of evil, arguing that moral purity was a luxury that could not be afforded in desperate times. Their words carried special weight because they came from sources that had always been trusted, from dragons whose wisdom and virtue had never been questioned. The gold dragons, mightiest and most noble of their kind, proved to be the most vulnerable to this form of corruption precisely because of their dedication to justice and order. Their natural inclination to lead and protect made them willing to accept any burden that might help them fulfill their responsibilities more effectively. When the orbs offered them greater power to defend the innocent, they embraced that offer without questioning its source or consequences. Their fall created a cascade effect throughout the ranks of good dragons, for if the golds could be convinced that using the orbs was necessary, then surely lesser dragons could hardly refuse to follow their example. The silver dragons, with their deep connection to the mortal races, and their tradition of walking among humans in disguised form, found themselves particularly susceptible to the orb's psychological manipulation. The artifacts preyed upon their genuine love for mortals, showing them visions of the suffering that the dragon armies were inflicting upon innocent communities. These visions were real, not fabricated illusions, but they were presented in a way that emphasized the dragon's own failures and inadequacies. How could they claim to love mortals while allowing such suffering to continue? How could they justify their moral principles when those principles prevented them from taking effective action against obvious evil? The bronze dragons, guardians of the seas and protectors of maritime trade, were trapped through their own sense of duty and responsibility. The orbs showed them how the dragon armies were using their control of coastal regions to strangle commerce and starve inland communities. Every merchant vessel that was sunk, every fishing fleet that was destroyed, every harbor that was blockaded, represented not just material loss but a failure of draconic protection. The artifacts offered them the power to break these blockades and restore the free flow of trade, but at the cost of accepting magical assistance whose true nature they did not understand. Even the brass and copper dragons, smallest and supposedly least significant of the metallics, were not immune to the orb's seductive influence. Their natural curiosity and love of knowledge made them eager to study these mysterious artifacts, to understand their construction and learn their secrets. The orbs encouraged this academic interest, revealing just enough of their true nature to maintain the dragon's attention, while concealing the mechanisms by which they were being enslaved. What began as scholarly investigation gradually transformed into obsessive fascination, as the dragons found themselves unable to resist the artifact's call even when they began to suspect the true cost of their interaction. The result of this systematic corruption was the creation of a hidden army of enslaved dragons who retained their original forms and much of their original personalities, but served Takhisis's will without fully understanding what they were doing. They did not become evil in any obvious sense, but their moral compass was gradually rotated until what they perceived as good aligned with what the Dark Queen needed them to accomplish. They still protected mortals, but only those mortals whose welfare served draconic interests. They still upheld justice, but according to definitions that had been subtly altered to support tyrannical order rather than true equity. This hidden enslavement was perhaps Takhisis's greatest strategic achievement, for it neutralized the most powerful potential opposition to her plans, while creating a reserve force that could be activated when the moment was right. The good dragons were not merely absent from the conflict, but were being held in readiness to intervene on behalf of darkness at the crucial moment, when their appearance might tip the balance of the entire war. Their intervention would be all the more devastating, because it would come from sources that the forces of light trusted completely, betrayal delivered by hands that had always offered protection. The discovery of this terrible truth came about through the intersection of scholarship, heroism, and love, as multiple threads of investigation converged to reveal the reality that lay hidden beneath layers of deception and misdirection. The first clue emerged from the careful study of ancient texts in the recovered libraries of Tsaroth, where references to the creation and purpose of the dragon orbs painted a picture very different from what their discoverers had assumed. These documents, written in archaic dialects and protected by magical wards that had preserved them through centuries of corruption, suggested that the orbs were not weapons against dragons but tools for their control. Yet scholarly investigation alone would not have been sufficient to uncover the full scope of Takhisis's deception, for the Dark Queen had anticipated that some might question the artifact's true nature and had prepared layers of false information to mislead such inquiries. The breakthrough came through the courage and determination of those willing to confront the orbs directly, to test their power against chromatic dragons, and observe the results with eyes unclouded by preconceptions or desperate hope. The key figure in this revelation was Silvara, a mysterious elven woman who had appeared among the refugees fleeing the dragon army's advance, and had quickly proven herself to be both knowledgeable and trustworthy. Her beauty was of the ethereal sort that marked the finest examples of elvish heritage, while her wisdom seemed to encompass knowledge that no mortal lifetime could have accumulated. She spoke little of her own past, but her obvious competence and genuine desire to help made her a valued ally in the desperate struggle against draconic tyranny. Yet Silvara harbored a secret that was both more wonderful and more terrible than any of her companions could have guessed. She was not an elf at all, but a silver dragon who had taken human form to walk among mortals and study their nature. Her disguise was not maintained through illusion or shape-shifting magic, but through a profound commitment to understanding the creatures she had sworn to protect. In becoming human, she had learned to love as humans loved, to fear as they feared, and to hope with the passionate intensity that characterized their brief but brilliant lives. Her transformation had been motivated initially by duty and curiosity, but had evolved into something far more personal, as she discovered depths of emotion and connection that her draconic nature had never fully comprehended. Among mortals, she had found not just subjects to be protected, but companions to be cherished, friends whose welfare mattered to her in ways that transcended abstract principles of justice and order. This emotional investment made her uniquely qualified to understand the true horror of what Takhisis had accomplished, for she could perceive the corruption of her kin from both draconic and mortal perspectives. The revelation of Silvara's true nature came about through circumstances that combined tactical necessity with personal crisis, as the companions found themselves in possession of a dragon orb that they hoped to use against the chromatic dragons threatening the city of Palanthas. The artifact's power was undeniable, for it had already demonstrated its ability to compel obedience from even the mightiest of evil dragons. Yet something about its operation troubled those who studied it most closely, for the orb seemed to demand more from its users than mere magical energy or intellectual control. When Silvara first approached the orb, intending to study its construction and understand its mechanisms, the artifact responded with an intensity that caught everyone by surprise. The crystal sphere blazed with inner fire that illuminated the chamber with light more brilliant than the noon sun, while the air itself began to vibrate with harmonics that spoke of forces beyond mortal comprehension. More disturbing still was the orb's obvious recognition of Silvara's presence, as if it had been waiting specifically for her arrival. The moment of truth came when the orb's power reached out to claim her, seeking to establish the same kind of psychic link that had enslaved so many of her kin. Yet Silvara's long experience living among mortals had given her insights that other dragons lacked, allowing her to perceive the corruption for what it truly was, rather than accepting it as beneficial assistance. The disguise that had concealed her draconic nature from her friends also served to protect her from the orb's initial assault, creating a buffer of human thought and emotion that diluted the artifact's direct influence. Her resistance to the orb's call forced her to reveal her true nature to companions who had known her only as an elf, a revelation that transformed their understanding, not just of her identity, but of the entire conflict they were fighting. In assuming her true form, a silver dragon of magnificent proportions, whose scales reflected light like polished mirrors, she demonstrated both the reality of good dragons and the terrible fate that had befallen them. Her continued existence as a free and uncorrupted being proved that the metallics had not been destroyed or abandoned their posts, but had been enslaved by forces they had not recognized as threats. The psychological impact of this revelation extended far beyond its immediate tactical implications, for it meant that the forces of good had been fighting with one hand tied behind their backs without even realizing it. Every strategy that had been developed, every plan that had been implemented, every sacrifice that had been made, had been based on the assumption that the good dragons were simply absent from the conflict. Now it became clear that they were not just absent but actively prevented from participating by bonds that were stronger than physical chains, because they were accepted as legitimate by their victims. Silvara's knowledge of draconic society and politics proved invaluable in understanding the full scope of the enslavement and developing strategies for breaking the orb's hold over her kin. She revealed that the corruption was not uniform among the metallic dragons, but varied according to each individual's exposure to the artifacts and their natural resistance to psychological manipulation. Some had been completely enslaved, and would fight for Takhisis with the same dedication they had once shown in defending the innocent. Others retained enough of their original nature to experience doubt and internal conflict, making them potential allies if they could be reached with the right combination of truth and emotional appeal. The process of liberation could not be accomplished through force, for the enslaved dragons genuinely believed they were serving the cause of good, and would resist any attempt to corrupt them with lies about their true situation. Instead, it required an approach that combined intellectual argument with emotional connection, demonstrating through word and deed that the orb's influence was both real and destructive. This made Silvara herself the key to any liberation effort, for she was the only free dragon who could speak to her enslaved kin as an equal and credible witness to the truth. The campaign to break the orb's hold over the good dragons began with careful reconnaissance and planning, as Silvara used her knowledge of draconic gathering places and communication networks to locate those who might be most receptive to liberation efforts. She identified dragons who had shown signs of internal conflict, or had begun to question the wisdom of their recent actions, focusing on individuals whose fundamental nature was strong enough to resist the orb's influence once they understood what was happening to them. The first successful liberation occurred when Silvara confronted an ancient bronze dragon who had been using his weather control abilities to disrupt shipping lanes in support of the dragon army's economic warfare. This dragon, whose name was Ariakas, though he bore no relation to the human emperor who shared that title, had begun to feel disturbed by the suffering his actions were causing among the maritime communities he had once protected. Silvara's arrival provided him with the external perspective he needed to recognize that his moral compass had been deliberately altered by forces he had trusted. The moment of breaking was both dramatic and heartbreaking, as centuries of accumulated guilt and confusion crystallized into a clear understanding of how thoroughly he had been deceived. The bronze dragon's rage at his manipulation was matched only by his horror at the actions he had been compelled to perform, creating an emotional storm that manifested as a literal tempest around his lair. Yet beneath the fury lay a profound relief at finally understanding why he had felt increasingly disconnected from his own moral principles and emotional responses. Each successful liberation created a new ally in the campaign to free other enslaved dragons, for those who had experienced the orb's corruption firsthand could speak with unique authority about its nature and effects. The process gained momentum as more metallics were freed and began working together to identify and approach their remaining enslaved kin. Yet it also became more dangerous, for Takhisis quickly became aware that her carefully constructed system of control was under attack and began taking countermeasures to protect her remaining assets. The Dark Queen's response took the form of increasingly sophisticated psychological manipulation designed to make the enslaved dragons distrust those who sought to liberate them. She whispered to them that the liberation efforts were actually a chromatic plot designed to turn the good dragons against each other, that Silvara and her allies were agents of corruption seeking to destroy the unity that had made the metallics effective. These countermeasures proved particularly effective against dragons who had been enslaved for long periods, whose personalities had been so altered that they could no longer recognize their original moral intuitions as legitimate. The liberation campaign reached its climax during a great gathering of dragons that Takhisis had called to coordinate the final phase of her conquest. She intended to reveal her enslaved metallic dragons to the world, demonstrating the hopelessness of continued resistance by showing that even the champions of good had been turned to her cause. The gathering would take place in the skies above the Temple of Takhisis in Naraka, where the combined presence of chromatic and enslaved metallic dragons would create a display of power that would break the spirit of any remaining opposition. Yet Silvara and her allies had learned of this gathering through their network of liberated dragons, and they saw in it an opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the entire system of enslavement. If they could disrupt the ceremony and reveal the truth about the orb's influence to all the assembled dragons simultaneously, they might be able to break the remaining bonds of corruption in a single coordinated effort. The plan was desperately dangerous, for it required them to penetrate the heart of enemy territory and confront Takhisis herself in the place where her power was strongest. The battle that followed was fought not with claws and fangs, but with truth and falsehood, as competing visions of reality struggled for dominance in the minds of the enslaved dragons. Silvara and her allies spoke of the joy of freely chosen service and the nobility of protecting the innocent without ulterior motive, while Takhisis countered with arguments about the necessity of order and the dangers of chaos that would result from abandoning draconic guidance. Each side sought to awaken different aspects of draconic nature, the freed dragons appealing to compassion and honor, while the Dark Queen emphasized duty and pragmatic necessity. The turning point came when one of the enslaved gold dragons, the most powerful and respected of the metallics, began to question the fundamental premises upon which his recent actions had been based. This ancient worm, whose name was Ariakas the Golden, creating further confusion with the similarly named Bronze Dragon and Human Emperor, had served as the unofficial leader of the enslaved metallics and had been instrumental in convincing others to accept the orb's guidance. His defection sent shockwaves through the assembled dragons, creating doubt where there had been certainty and opening minds that had been closed to alternative perspectives. The mass liberation that followed was both beautiful and terrible to witness, as dragon after dragon broke free from psychological bonds that had held them for decades or centuries. The process was not uniform or simultaneous, but occurred in waves as individual dragons found the courage to reject the false certainties that had guided their recent actions. Some experienced the breaking as a moment of pure enlightenment, while others went through periods of profound confusion and disorientation as they struggled to reconcile their true nature with the actions they had been compelled to perform. Yet perhaps the most significant aspect of the liberation was not the immediate tactical advantage it provided to the forces of good, but the psychological impact it had on the conflict as a whole. The return of the good dragons to their rightful allegiance meant that the skies were no longer exclusively controlled by the forces of darkness, that hope could once again take wing and soar above the battlefield. More importantly, it demonstrated that no corruption was permanent, no enslavement was absolute, and no evil was so complete that it could not be overcome by truth courageously spoken and love freely given. The freed dragons brought with them not just their own formidable power, but also detailed knowledge of Takhisis's plans and strategies, for they had been privy to the Dark Queen's most secret counsels during their period of enslavement. This intelligence proved invaluable in planning the final stages of the war, revealing weaknesses in the dragon army's disposition and highlighting opportunities for decisive action that had not previously been apparent. Yet the dragon's greatest contribution was not tactical but spiritual, as their presence reminded all who fought alongside them that even the darkest night must eventually give way to dawn. The liberation of the good dragons marked the beginning of the end for Takhisis's dreams of permanent dominion over Krynn, for it restored the cosmic balance that her entire strategy had been designed to disrupt. With the metallics free to resume their role as protectors of the innocent and champions of justice, the forces of good gained not just powerful allies, but also renewed confidence in the righteousness of their cause. The war was far from over, but the tide had turned decisively, and the Dark Queen would find that her remaining advantages were insufficient to overcome the combined might of dragons and mortals united in the cause of freedom. Chapter 10. The Temple of Takhisis, Heart of Darkness. Evil, when it seeks to establish permanent dominion over the world, must create for itself a physical manifestation that serves as both fortress and symbol, a place where its power can be concentrated, and from which its influence can radiate across the earth, like poison seeping through the soil. In the blasted wastelands of Naraka, where the very ground had been corrupted by centuries of dark ritual and unholy sacrifice, Takhisis had raised such a monument to her malevolent glory, a temple so vast and terrible that it seemed less like a building than like a wound torn in the fabric of reality itself, a gateway through which the Queen of Darkness could project her will into the mortal realm with unprecedented directness and power. The Temple of Takhisis rose from the heart of Naraka, like a black mountain carved into the shape of a five-headed dragon, its spires reaching toward the heavens, in a gesture of defiance that challenged the very gods themselves. Each of the 5 towers represented one of the Dark Queen's aspects: the black head of decay and despair, the blue head of tyranny and oppression, the green head of corruption and disease, the red head of destruction and war, and the white head of cold indifference and merciless judgment. At the center, where the necks of this stone dragon converged, stood the great dome of the main sanctuary, its surface inscribed with symbols that hurt the eyes to look upon and spoke of powers that mortal minds were never meant to comprehend. The temple's construction had taken centuries to complete, built not by hired laborers but by armies of slaves, whose lives were considered as expendable as the stone and mortar they shaped into monuments to their oppressors' glory. Entire populations had been worked to death in its service, their bones ground into mortar that bound the blocks together with the very essence of suffering and despair. The architects who designed its proportions were master builders corrupted by promises of power and immortality. Their skills perverted to create a structure that was as much a work of dark magic as it was of engineering and craftsmanship. Every element of the temple's design served multiple purposes, combining practical military considerations with theological symbolism and arcane functionality. The walls were not merely thick enough to withstand siege engines, but were inscribed with wards and protective glyphs that could turn aside even the most powerful magical attacks. The passages and chambers were arranged according to patterns that channeled and concentrated dark energy, creating flows of malevolent force that strengthened those who served Takhisis, while weakening any who opposed her will. At the temple's heart lay the foundation stone, an artifact of such dark power that its very existence threatened to unravel the cosmic balance that had governed the world since its creation. This was not merely a cornerstone or ceremonial marker, but a fragment of concentrated evil that served as an anchor point for Takhisis's presence in the mortal realm. Through the foundation stone, the Dark Queen could manifest her will with a directness and intensity that would otherwise be impossible, essentially creating a foothold for divine power in a plane of existence that was supposed to be protected from such direct intervention. The stone itself was a crystalline formation of impossible geometry, its surfaces reflecting light and patterns that suggested dimensions beyond the normal 3, its depths containing swirling vortices of shadow that seemed to extend infinitely inward. Those who looked too long into its faceted surface reported seeing visions of other worlds where darkness had triumphed completely, realities where hope had been extinguished so thoroughly that even the memory of light had been erased from existence. The stone sang with a harmony that was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, a melody that could inspire either ecstasy or madness, depending upon the spiritual condition of the listener. The discovery of the foundation stone's true significance came through the intersection of scholarly research, prophetic vision, and desperate courage, as multiple threads of investigation converged to reveal the mechanism by which Takhisis had violated the cosmic laws that were supposed to prevent direct divine intervention in mortal affairs. The first clues emerged from ancient texts recovered from Tsaroth and other ruined cities, documents that described similar artifacts used in the distant past by powers that had sought to establish permanent dominion over the mortal realm. Yet the most crucial revelation came from an unexpected source: Biram Everman, a simple mason who had become the unwitting key to either the Dark Queen's triumph or her ultimate defeat. Biram's story began decades before the War of the Lance, when he and his sister Jasla had discovered a ruined temple in the wilderness and had attempted to pry loose some of its valuable stones to sell in the markets of nearby towns. Their innocent act of vandalism had triggered a catastrophe that would echo through the centuries, for the stones they disturbed were components of an ancient foundation stone that had been shattered and scattered when its previous owner was defeated. In attempting to extract one particular gem that caught his eye, Biram had unknowingly completed a ritual that his sister's death had begun, fusing a fragment of the broken foundation stone into his very flesh and making him a living anchor for forces that should never have been allowed to touch the mortal realm. The transformation had granted him a form of immortality, preventing his body from aging or dying through natural causes, but it had also made him a beacon that called out to Takhisis across the dimensional barriers that separated her realm from his. For decades, Berim had wandered the world in growing terror and confusion, pursued by visions and nightmares that he could not understand, hunted by agents of the Dark Queen who sought to capture him for purposes he could not fathom. He had lived a hermit and a fugitive, changing his identity whenever his ageless appearance began to attract attention, always moving, always hiding, always aware that something vast and malevolent was searching for him with an intensity that suggested his capture would spell doom for more than just himself. The revelation of Berim's true nature and significance came about through the intersection of his flight from pursuing Dragon Army forces with the Companion's own desperate search for weaknesses in Takhisis's seemingly impregnable position. When they encountered the mysterious fugitive, who appeared young despite claiming to have lived for decades, who bore scars that looked like fragments of crystal embedded in his flesh, and who spoke of dreams filled with five-headed shadows, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place with terrible clarity. The foundation stone in the Temple of Takhisis was incomplete, lacking the crucial fragment that had been fused into Berim's chest during that long-ago accident. Without this missing piece, the Dark Queen's presence in the mortal realm remained partial and limited, powerful enough to work great evil but insufficient to achieve the total domination she craved. Yet, if Berim could be captured and brought to the temple, if the fragment could be reunited with the main stone through ritual sacrifice, then nothing would remain to prevent Takhisis from manifesting her full divine power in the mortal realm. This knowledge transformed the strategic situation completely, for it meant that the war would not be won or lost through conventional military means, but through a race to either protect or capture a single individual whose fate would determine the destiny of all creation. The Dragon Army's seemingly random movements across the continent began to make sense when viewed as attempts to locate and corner Berim, while the desperate resistance of the Free Peoples took on new urgency as they realized they were fighting not just for their own freedom, but for the very possibility of freedom itself. The final convergence of forces upon Naraka was thus motivated by necessity rather than choice, as all sides recognized that the ultimate resolution of the conflict would take place at the Temple of Takhisis, regardless of what battles might be fought elsewhere. The dragon armies fell back upon their capital, not in retreat but in preparation for the final confrontation, gathering their strength for a defense that would determine whether the Dark Queen's millennia-long quest for dominion would finally succeed. Meanwhile, the forces of good, led by the Companions, and supported by the newly liberated metallic dragons, advanced upon Naraka with the desperate knowledge that this would be their only chance to prevent a catastrophe that would make the cataclysm seem like a minor inconvenience. The city of Naraka itself reflected the corruption of its mistress in every stone and timber, its streets laid out in patterns that channeled negative energy toward the central temple, while creating zones of spiritual oppression that sapped the will and strength of any who opposed draconic rule. The buildings were constructed in architectural styles that seemed designed to inspire despair rather than provide comfort, their angular geometries and harsh proportions creating an environment where hope itself became physically difficult to maintain. The civilian population of Naraka consisted primarily of those who had embraced the Dark Queen's vision so completely that they could no longer conceive of existence under any other system. These were not reluctant subjects or oppressed slaves, but true believers who saw in Takhisis's reign the fulfillment of their deepest desires for order, purpose, and meaning. They had traded their freedom for security, their individuality for belonging, their moral autonomy for the certainty of never having to make difficult ethical choices again. Yet, even among these devoted servants of darkness, the approaching crisis had begun to create fissures of doubt and uncertainty. The liberation of the good dragons had shaken their confidence in the inevitability of their mistress's triumph, while the continued resistance of the Free Peoples had forced them to confront the possibility that their carefully constructed worldview might be built upon foundations less solid than they had believed. Some began to wonder if they had chosen the wrong side, while others doubled down on their commitment with the desperate intensity of those who could not afford to admit they had been wrong. The assault on Naraka began not with a direct attack upon the city's walls, but with a campaign of liberation designed to turn the dragon army's own subjects against them. The metallic dragons, now free to act according to their true nature, offered protection and evacuation to any civilians who wished to escape the coming battle, while the companions and their allies worked to spread word of Takhisis's true intentions and the price that her ultimate victory would exact from mortals and immortals alike. This psychological warfare proved remarkably effective, for many of those who had served the dragon armies out of fear or desperation were eager to abandon their posts once they understood that alternatives existed. Entire units defected when they learned that the gold and silver dragons were offering amnesty and protection to any who renounced their allegiance to the forces of darkness. The rigid discipline that had once been the dragon army's greatest strength began to crumble as individual soldiers and officers made personal decisions about which side deserved their loyalty. Yet the core of Takhisis's forces remained intact, bound to her service by ties that transcended mere political allegiance or military duty. The dragon Highlords and their most devoted followers understood that they had committed themselves so completely to the cause of darkness that redemption was no longer possible for them. They had crossed moral boundaries that could never be recrossed, performed acts that had permanently separated them from the possibility of forgiveness or reconciliation. For them, victory was not just desirable but necessary, for defeat would mean not just death but eternal judgment, for crimes that admitted no excuse or mitigation. The final battle for the Temple of Takhisis was thus fought between forces that had no possibility of compromise or negotiation, armies whose fundamental worldviews were so opposed that coexistence was impossible. It was a conflict that transcended mere political or territorial disputes, representing instead a clash between incompatible visions of what existence itself should mean and how conscious beings should relate to the cosmos that contained them. The physical assault on the temple complex began with coordinated attacks by ground forces and aerial units working together to penetrate the multiple layers of defense that protected the central sanctuary. The outer walls were defended by draconians and human mercenaries supported by chromatic dragons, while the inner courtyards were protected by more sophisticated magical defenses that required careful planning and precise timing to overcome. Each layer of fortification had to be taken separately, with the attackers suffering heavy casualties for every yard of ground they gained. Yet the true battle was not being fought with swords and spells, but in the realm of the spirit, as the very presence of so much concentrated evil began to affect the minds and souls of those who opposed it. The temple's dark energies worked to corrupt and demoralize the attacking forces, whispering suggestions of despair and futility that grew stronger the closer they came to their objective. Some warriors found their weapons growing heavy in their hands, while others began to question whether their cause was truly just, or if they were merely exchanging one form of tyranny for another. The companions, as the leaders of the assault, found themselves bearing the heaviest burden of this spiritual warfare. Each step closer to the foundation stone increased the pressure upon their minds and souls, forcing them to confront their deepest fears and most shameful secrets. The temple seemed to know their individual weaknesses and exploited them with surgical precision, offering each of them visions of what they might achieve if they abandoned their futile resistance and embraced the power that Takhisis offered to those wise enough to serve her. The final approach to the central sanctuary required them to pass through chambers where the very air was thick with malevolent presence, where the walls themselves seemed to pulse with dark life, and where every shadow might conceal enemies that were more than merely physical. Here, in the heart of the Dark Queen's earthly domain, the boundary between the material and spiritual realms had been worn thin, creating an environment where thoughts and emotions took on tangible force, and where the strength of one's convictions became as important as the sharpness of one's blade. It was here, in the innermost sanctum of the temple, that they finally confronted Takhisis herself in all her terrible glory. The Dark Queen had chosen to manifest not in her draconic form, but as a figure of devastating beauty that incorporated elements of all the races she sought to rule: human passion, elven grace, dwarven determination, and other qualities twisted into something that was simultaneously alluring and repulsive. Her voice, when she spoke, carried harmonics that resonated in the deepest levels of consciousness, making her words seem reasonable, and her arguments compelling even to those who understood their source. She did not immediately resort to violence, but instead attempted to win through persuasion what force might fail to achieve. She spoke to each of the companions individually, demonstrating an understanding of their personalities and motivations that was both impressive and deeply disturbing. To Tanis, she offered resolution of the conflicts that had torn at him throughout his life, promising that under her rule the artificial distinctions between races would be eliminated and true unity would be achieved. To Caramon, she spoke of the protection she could offer to those he loved, the security that would come from serving a power that was truly capable of defending its servants. Yet it was her approach to Raistlin that revealed the true depth of her cunning and the extent of her knowledge, for she offered him something that no mortal power could provide: the opportunity to transcend mortality itself and become a god in his own right. She showed him visions of the magical knowledge that would be his if he chose to serve her, spells of such power that they could reshape reality according to his will. More tempting still, she offered him the chance to surpass even her own achievements, to learn the secrets of divine transcendence that would allow him to challenge the gods themselves on equal terms. The struggle that followed was fought simultaneously on multiple levels, as physical combat intertwined with psychological warfare and spiritual conflict. The companions found themselves battling not just the Dark Queen herself, but also the doubts and temptations she had planted in their minds, while their allies fought to maintain the assault, despite the overwhelming presence of concentrated evil that threatened to break their will and scatter their forces. The turning point came when Barem, driven by a combination of guilt over his sister's death and determination to atone for the catastrophe his actions had unwittingly caused, made the ultimate sacrifice that would deny Takhisis the victory she had sought for so long. Rather than allowing himself to be captured and used to complete the foundation stone, he chose to destroy both himself and the artifact that had made his tormented existence possible. His death was both an act of redemption and a form of cosmic justice, breaking the anchor that had allowed the Dark Queen to maintain her presence in the mortal realm. The destruction of the foundation stone sent shockwaves through the temple and the city beyond, as the carefully constructed channels of dark energy were disrupted, and the spiritual infrastructure that supported Takhisis's earthly domain began to collapse. The Dark Queen herself was forced to retreat to her own realm, her connection to the mortal world severed, and her plans for immediate conquest frustrated. Yet even in defeat, she managed to leave behind a legacy of corruption and division that would continue to influence events long after her direct presence had been removed. The victory at the Temple of Takhisis was thus both complete and incomplete, achieving its immediate objective of preventing the Dark Queen's ultimate triumph, while leaving behind a world that had been profoundly changed by the conflict. The dragon armies were scattered and leaderless, their command structure shattered by the loss of their divine patron, but the ideologies and institutions they had created would prove more difficult to eradicate than their military forces. The temple itself became a monument to the costs of the war, its blackened ruins serving as a reminder of how close the world had come to permanent darkness. Yet perhaps the most significant legacy of the battle was its demonstration that even the mightiest evil could be overcome by mortals willing to sacrifice everything for principles that transcended personal survival. The companions had proven that courage, friendship, and moral conviction were forces more powerful than any magical artifact or divine mandate, that the human capacity for heroism could triumph over even cosmic-scale malevolence when it was properly focused and directed. The War of the Lance was effectively ended with the temple's fall, though scattered fighting would continue for months as the remnants of the dragon armies were hunted down and destroyed. More importantly, the spiritual balance of the world had been restored, with good and evil once again existing in the dynamic tension that allowed for genuine choice, and meaningful moral action. The age of darkness was ending, and while the age of light that would follow would bring its own challenges and dangers, it would at least offer the possibility of hope and redemption to all who sought them. Chapter 11. The Final Battle and the Dark Queen's Banishment. In the final analysis, all great conflicts ultimately reduce themselves to a single moment of choice, when the forces of fate and the weight of destiny converge upon one soul who must decide, not just their own fate, but the trajectory of history itself. Such moments transcend the ordinary boundaries of time and space, becoming crystalline instants where past and future meet in the crucible of present decision, where the accumulated pressure of cosmic forces seeks release through the actions of mortals who may not even understand the magnitude of what they are choosing. For Tanis Half-Elven, standing in the heart of the temple of Takhisis with the fate of all creation hanging in the balance, such a moment had arrived with the inexorability of dawn, breaking over a battlefield littered with the hopes and dreams of entire civilizations. The final confrontation with the Dark Queen had not begun as the companions had expected, with dramatic displays of draconic fury and magical devastation, but with something far more subtle, and therefore far more dangerous: the careful application of truths that cut deeper than any physical weapon. Takhisis had not survived for millennia by relying solely on brute force and intimidation, but by understanding the complexities of mortal psychology and the ways in which even the strongest souls could be turned against their own principles through the skillful exploitation of their deepest loves and fears. Her first stroke had been to confront each of the companions with personalized visions of defeat and despair, showing them not just their own deaths, but the meaninglessness of their sacrifices in the face of cosmic forces too vast for mortal comprehension. To Caramon, she revealed visions of his brother's inevitable corruption and fall, demonstrating how Raistlin's pursuit of magical power would eventually transform him into something no longer recognizably human. To Goldmoon, she showed the futility of divine mercy in a universe where suffering was the fundamental condition of existence, where every healing only postponed an inevitable doom that grew more terrible with each reprieve. Yet these psychological attacks, devastating though they were, served primarily to distract the companions from her true target, Tanis himself, whose mixed heritage and position as leader made him uniquely vulnerable to the kind of moral ambiguity that the Dark Queen specialized in exploiting. She had studied him for years through the eyes of her agents and the reports of her servants, learning to understand the contradictions that defined his character and the impossible burdens he had chosen to bear as the price of leadership. The revelation that shattered Tanis's emotional equilibrium came not through mystical vision or magical compulsion, but through the simple expedient of truth, delivered at precisely the moment when it would do the most damage. Kitiara Uth Matar, Dragon Hylar, Dov the Blue Wing, and half-sister to Caramon and Raistlin, stood revealed not as a fallen hero corrupted by power, but as a woman who had always understood the nature of the choice between light and darkness, and had chosen darkness because she found it more honest than the self-deception that characterized so many servants of good. Her presence in the temple's innermost sanctum was not an accident or a final gambit, but the culmination of a seduction that had been ongoing for years, working through every shared memory and moment of connection to undermine Tanis's certainty about the rightness of his cause. She spoke to him not as an enemy seeking to destroy his resolve, but as a lover offering him the chance to abandon the crushing responsibilities of heroism for the simpler pleasures of acceptance and surrender. "Look around you, Tanis," she said, her voice carrying the warmth and intimacy of their shared past, even as her words delivered their devastating payload. "Look at what your noble cause has accomplished. Cities burned, populations scattered, thousands dead because you and your companions chose to resist the inevitable. You could have spared them all this suffering by simply accepting that some forces are too great to oppose, that wisdom lies in accommodation rather than futile struggle." The terrible thing about her argument was not that it was false, but that it contained enough truth to make it genuinely compelling. The War of the Lance had indeed exacted a horrific price in mortal suffering, with entire regions devastated by battles that might never have been fought. if the forces of good had simply accepted draconic rule as preferable to chaos and anarchy. Every tactical decision Tanis had made, every strategy he had endorsed, every sacrifice he had demanded of his followers had contributed to a cascade of violence and destruction that could be measured in the screams of the dying and the tears of the bereaved. Yet beneath Kitiara's seductive logic lay a more fundamental challenge to everything Tanis had believed about the nature of good and evil, choice and destiny, heroism and responsibility. She forced him to confront the possibility that his entire worldview had been constructed around comfortable illusions, that the cosmic struggle between light and darkness was not the clear-cut moral conflict he had imagined, but a complex game played by forces that viewed mortal suffering as merely incidental to their larger purposes. The gods, she continued, her words striking at the very foundations of his faith, care nothing for the individual lives that are lost in their cosmic games. Paladin is willing to let millions die to prove a theological point, while Takhisis at least offers stability and order to those wise enough to accept her rule. Which of them truly loves mortals, and which merely uses them as pawns in a struggle that has nothing to do with their welfare or happiness? The question hung in the air between them like a physical presence, demanding an answer that Tanis was not prepared to give. His entire life had been built around the assumption that the choice between good and evil was meaningful, that the suffering endured in fighting for righteousness was justified by the greater suffering that would result from surrender to tyranny. Yet Kitiara's presence forced him to consider the possibility that this was merely a story he had told himself to make bearable the weight of decisions that had cost so many lives. Around them, the final battle for the temple continued with escalating intensity, as the companions and their allies fought desperately to reach the foundation stone before Takhisis could complete the ritual that would grant her permanent dominion over the mortal realm. Raistlin's magic carved paths of destruction through the ranks of defending Draconians, while Karamon's sword held the line against overwhelming numbers. Goldmoon's healing sustained the wounded and dying, while Riverwind's arrows found their marks with supernatural precision, yet all their efforts seemed futile against the vast forces arrayed against them, and with each passing moment, the Dark Queen's victory seemed more inevitable. It was in this moment of apparent defeat that Takhisis herself chose to reveal the true scope of her understanding and the depth of her preparation for this final confrontation. She had not merely anticipated the companions' assault on her temple, but had orchestrated it, manipulating events so that they would arrive at precisely the moment when their presence would serve her purposes most effectively. Their heroic journey, their struggles and sacrifices, their moments of triumph and despair, all of it had been carefully guided toward this predetermined conclusion. "Did you truly believe?" the Dark Queen asked, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated in dimensions beyond the merely auditory, that mortals could oppose the will of gods without divine assistance. "Every step of your journey has been watched and guided. Every choice you thought you made freely was actually the selection of one option from a carefully limited menu. You have been my instruments from the beginning, bringing me exactly what I needed to complete my work." The revelation struck the companions like a physical blow, for it recontextualized every moment of their quest in terms that made their heroism seem like elaborate self-deception. Had their rescue of slaves in Pax Tharkas really been motivated by compassion, or had they been guided to that action because it would create the refugee crisis that would destabilize the Western territories? Had their discovery of the dragon orbs been a triumph of investigation and courage, or had the artifacts been deliberately left where they would find them because their use would accelerate the corruption of the good dragons? Yet even as doubt threatened to overwhelm their resolve, the companions found strength in the very bonds that Takhisis sought to exploit against them. Their friendship, their love for each other, their shared commitment to principles that transcended immediate self-interest. These were realities that no amount of divine manipulation could entirely counterfeit or control. Whatever larger forces might have influenced their journey, the choices they had made along the way had been genuinely their own, motivated by values they had chosen to embrace rather than accept passively. The turning point came when Baram Everman, driven by guilt over his role in enabling the Dark Queen's return and determination to atone for the suffering his actions had caused, broke free from the magical bonds that had held him captive, and threw himself toward the Foundation Stone with suicidal determination. His action was not heroic in any conventional sense, for it was motivated more by despair than courage, more by self-hatred than noble sacrifice. Yet in that moment of desperate choice, he became the instrument through which the cosmic balance could be restored. Takhisis's response was swift and terrible, for she understood that Baram's destruction of the Foundation Stone would sever her connection to the mortal realm and force her retreat to the abyss from which she had emerged. She struck out with all the power at her disposal, seeking to preserve the anchor that had given her unprecedented influence over mortal affairs. Yet her very desperation revealed the limitations that constrained even divine power, for she could not simply will the stone to remain intact. Its destruction required Baram's active cooperation, and that cooperation could not be compelled through force alone. It was at this crucial moment that Tanis faced the choice that would define not just his own character, but the outcome of the entire conflict. Kitiara offered him one final temptation, promising to spare Baram's life and prevent the stone's destruction if Tanis would abandon his companions and join her in service to the Dark Queen. The offer was not made out of cruelty or malice, but from genuine affection and a desperate desire to preserve what they had once shared, even if it could only exist within the framework of tyranny and oppression. "Choose love over duty," she pleaded, her voice carrying all the warmth and passion of their shared history. "Choose the certain happiness we could have together over the uncertain consequences of a heroism that may accomplish nothing more than the substitution of one form of suffering for another. The war is already decided. Why not salvage what we can from the wreckage?" The choice she offered was not between good and evil in any simple sense, but between competing loyalties and incompatible visions of what life should mean. On one side lay the possibility of personal happiness purchased at the cost of abandoning principles and companions, while on the other lay the certainty of continued struggle and probable tragedy in service to ideals that might prove to be illusory. It was precisely the kind of choice that revealed the deepest truths about character, forcing Tanis to confront what he valued most when everything he cherished was placed in jeopardy. His decision, when it came, was not accompanied by dramatic speeches or philosophical justifications, but by a simple action that spoke louder than any words could have done. Instead of accepting Kitiara's offer or rejecting it with righteous indignation, he chose a third path that honored both his love for her and his commitment to his companions. He stepped between her and Baram, not to prevent the stone's destruction, but to shield her from the consequences of that destruction, offering his own life as protection for the woman who had chosen to serve darkness. The gesture was both futile and profound, for it demonstrated that even in the midst of cosmic conflict, individual human connections retained their meaning and power. Kitiara's response revealed that beneath her allegiance to the Dark Queen lay feelings that no amount of corruption could entirely extinguish. Rather than striking down the man who stood between her and victory, she hesitated, and in that moment of hesitation, the pattern of destiny shifted in ways that no divine manipulation could entirely control. Baram's sacrifice, when it finally came, was neither clean nor heroic but desperate and messy. A collision with the Foundation Stone that shattered both the artifact and the man who had become its unwilling guardian. The explosion of released energy that followed was not the spectacular display of light and thunder that might have been expected, but something far more subtle and profound, a ripple in the fundamental structure of reality that unwove the careful constructions by which Takhisis had bound herself to the mortal realm. The Dark Queen's banishment was not a dramatic defeat, but a gradual fading, as her presence was inexorably drawn back toward the abyss from which she had emerged. She fought against this retreat with all the power at her disposal, seeking to maintain her foothold in the mortal realm through sheer force of will. Yet the destruction of the Foundation Stone had severed the connections that had made her unprecedented influence possible, and even divine power could not rebuild what had been unmade at such a fundamental level. Her final words, delivered as her form began to dissolve, and her voice faded to a whisper that carried across dimensional barriers, were not threats or curses, but a promise that transcended immediate defeat. "This is not ending but postponement," she said, her words embedding themselves in the consciousness of all who heard them. "The choices that created me still exist within mortal hearts, and someday those choices will call me back. I am not destroyed, but merely." The temple's collapse followed naturally from the Dark Queen's departure, as the magical energies that had sustained its impossible architecture were withdrawn. Yet the destruction was not the catastrophic avalanche that might have been expected, but a gradual dissolution that allowed time for evacuation and escape. The building simply faded, its substance becoming increasingly insubstantial, until nothing remained but empty space where the monument to tyranny had once stood. The immediate aftermath of victory was characterized not by celebration but by exhaustion and a profound sense of loss, for the companions understood that their triumph had been purchased at a price that could never be fully calculated. Braim's sacrifice had saved the world, but it had also demonstrated the terrible costs that heroism demanded from those who chose to embrace it. Tanis's choice had preserved both his honor and his love, but it had also revealed the impossibility of maintaining both without compromise and pain. Yet perhaps the most significant consequence of the Dark Queen's banishment was not what it accomplished but what it restored. The possibility of genuine choice in a world where such choice had been increasingly constrained by the pressure of absolute good and absolute evil. With Takhisis's direct influence removed, mortals would once again be free to make decisions based on their own understanding of right and wrong, rather than in response to divine compulsion or manipulation. The War of the Law Melts was effectively ended with the temple's fall, though scattered fighting would continue for months, as the remnants of the dragon armies either surrendered or fled to remote regions where they could continue their resistance in reduced circumstances. More importantly, the cosmic balance that had been so severely disrupted by the Dark Queen's intervention was gradually restored, allowing the natural cycles of growth and decay, creation and destruction, hope and despair to resume their eternal dance. The heroes who had accomplished this restoration would find that victory brought its own burdens and challenges, for they now bore the responsibility of helping to rebuild a world that had been shattered by conflict and corruption. Some would embrace these new responsibilities with the same dedication they had shown in war, while others would seek to retreat from the public roles that their heroism had forced upon them. All would discover that the end of one struggle merely marked the beginning of another, as the eternal human quest for meaning and purpose continued in new forms and under different circumstances. Yet in the moment of triumph, as they stood amid the ruins of the temple, and watched the last shadows of Takhisis's presence fade from the mortal realm, the companions knew that they had accomplished something truly significant. They had proven that mortals possessed the capacity for heroism that could challenge even divine tyranny, that friendship and love were forces more powerful than any magical artifact or cosmic manipulation, and that the choice between good and evil remained meaningful, even in a universe where the stakes transcended individual survival. The Age of Darkness was ending, and while the age that would follow would bring its own challenges and dangers, it would at least offer the possibility of hope and redemption to all who sought them. The gods would remain present in the world, but their influence would be balanced and constrained by the recognition that mortals possessed the right to shape their own destinies. It was not a perfect resolution, for perfection was neither possible nor desirable in a universe where growth required struggle and wisdom demanded the freedom to make mistakes. But it was a good resolution, one that honored both the sacrifices of those who had fought for it and the aspirations of those who would inherit the world it had preserved. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Lance Heroes Ascendant. In the end, all heroes discover that victory is both more and less than what they imagined during the dark hours of their struggle, bringing rewards they never sought while demanding sacrifices they never anticipated. The triumph over Takhisis and the restoration of cosmic balance marked not just the end of the War of the Lance, but the beginning of a new age, in which the companions would find themselves transformed from ordinary mortals, seeking adventure, into legendary figures, whose every action would be scrutinized, celebrated, and eventually mythologized by generations yet unborn. They had sought to save their world, and in succeeding, they had inadvertently created a burden of expectation that would prove as challenging as any enemy they had faced in battle. The immediate aftermath of the Dark Queen's banishment was characterized by a profound silence that seemed to extend across the entire continent, as if the world itself was holding its breath while adjusting to the absence of a malevolent presence that had shaped reality for so long. In Naraka, where the temple of Takhisis had once dominated the skyline like a cancerous growth, nothing remained but empty space that somehow seemed more significant than the monument to evil that had previously occupied it. The very air felt different, cleaner, as if a weight that had pressed down upon all creation had suddenly been lifted. Yet this silence was deceptive, for beneath its peaceful surface lay currents of change and upheaval that would reshape the political and spiritual landscape of Ansalon in ways both profound and unexpected. The dragon armies, deprived of their divine patron and the unifying structure her presence had provided, began to fragment along lines of personal loyalty and regional interest. Some units surrendered en masse, their soldiers eager to return to homes they had not seen in years. Others retreated to remote fortresses where they could continue their resistance under local commanders who refused to accept that their cause was lost. The most dangerous remnants were those who had embraced Takhisis's ideology so completely that they could not conceive of existence without her guidance. These true believers formed the nucleus of various cults and secret societies that would plague the free nations for decades to come, always seeking to restore their mistress to power, or at least to preserve her teachings for future generations. They understood that the Dark Queen's physical banishment did not mean her ideas had been defeated, only that they would have to be more subtle in their application, and more patient in their implementation. For the companions themselves, the transition from war to peace proved surprisingly difficult, as they struggled to find new purposes worthy of the abilities and reputation their heroism had granted them. Each discovered that the skills and perspectives that had made them effective in combat were not easily transferred to the challenges of reconstruction and governance that now confronted the liberated territories. They had learned to destroy evil with efficiency and determination, but creating good required entirely different talents and approaches. Tanis Half-Elven found himself thrust into roles of leadership that he had never sought but could not honorably refuse. The various free peoples looked to him as a natural coordinator for the complex process of rebuilding shattered nations and integrating former enemies into new political structures. His mixed heritage, once a source of personal anguish, became his greatest asset in these negotiations, for he could understand and bridge the perspectives of different races in ways that pure-blooded representatives could not. Yet the burden of leadership in peacetime proved more wearing than the responsibilities of command during war, for it required him to make decisions whose consequences would unfold over years and decades rather than hours and days. Every choice about resource allocation, territorial boundaries, and legal frameworks would affect thousands of lives, yet there were no clear guidelines for determining which options would produce the best long-term results. The moral clarity that had characterized the struggle against obvious evil was replaced by complex trade-offs between competing goods and unavoidable compromises between incompatible principles. His relationship with Kitiara remained one of the most painful aspects of his new existence, for her survival and eventual exile had left them both trapped in a web of love and opposition that neither could fully escape. They had chosen different sides in the cosmic struggle between light and darkness, yet the bonds that connected them transcended mere political allegiance or ideological commitment. Their occasional meetings in neutral territories became exercises in emotional archaeology, attempts to preserve what they could of their shared past, while acknowledging the insurmountable barriers that their choices had erected between them. Goldmoon's transition from barbarian princess to high priestess of Mishakal brought its own unique challenges, as she found herself responsible for rebuilding the spiritual infrastructure of an entire continent. The return of divine magic had created a hunger for religious guidance that far exceeded the number of trained clerics available to provide it, forcing her to establish new temples and train new priests with unprecedented speed. Yet quantity often came at the expense of quality, as hastily ordained clerics sometimes lacked the deep understanding of doctrine and theology that their positions required. The goddess's direct communication with her chosen priestess gradually diminished as the immediate crisis passed, leaving Goldmoon to interpret divine will through prayer, meditation, and careful study of ancient texts rather than through the clear visions that had guided her during the war. This shift from revelation to interpretation required her to develop new skills and approaches, transforming her from a conduit for divine power into a scholar and administrator whose decisions would shape the future of organized religion. Her marriage to Riverwind provided stability and emotional support during this difficult transition, yet it also created tensions between her public role as a religious leader and her private desires as a woman who had never asked to become a symbol of divine favor. The Plains people's traditions had not prepared her for the complexities of continental politics and theological controversy, forcing her to learn new skills while maintaining the authenticity that had made her effective as a spiritual guide. Riverwind himself struggled with the challenge of supporting his wife's calling while finding meaningful work for his own talents and ambitions. His skills as a scout and warrior were less relevant in peacetime, yet his deep understanding of the natural world and his connection to the spiritual traditions of the Plains people made him valuable as a bridge between the reformed priesthood and the tribal communities that had maintained their own religious practices throughout the Age of Darkness. Caramon Majere faced perhaps the most difficult adjustment of all the companions, for his primary identity had been built around protecting his twin brother, and that brother's transformation through magical power had made such protection both impossible and unwanted. The massive warrior's strength and courage, so crucial during the war, seemed less relevant in a world where problems required intellectual solutions rather than physical intervention. His simple, straightforward nature, which had been an asset in combat, became a liability in political situations that demanded subtlety and diplomatic finesse. The gradual deterioration of his relationship with Raistlin was perhaps the most tragic consequence of their shared heroism, for success had driven them apart in ways that failure might not have done. Raistlin's increasing power and ambition made him less accessible to his brother's affection, while Caramon's inability to comprehend the arcane forces that now shaped his twin's existence created barriers that love alone could not overcome. They remained brothers, but they were no longer companions in any meaningful sense, and the pain of this separation colored all of Caramon's subsequent experiences. His eventual marriage to Tika Whalen, the barmaid from the Inn of the Last Home, who had shared many of their adventures, provided him with the emotional stability and sense of purpose that his relationship with Raistlin could no longer supply. Yet even this happiness was shadowed by the knowledge that his brother's path was leading him toward destinations that ordinary mortals could not follow, and that their childhood bond was becoming increasingly strained by forces beyond either of their control. Raistlin himself had achieved everything he had sought through his transformation in the Tower of High Sorcery, yet found that success brought its own forms of imprisonment and isolation. His magical abilities had grown beyond anything he had imagined possible during his early studies, granting him power that could reshape reality itself according to his will. Yet this power came with the constant awareness that even greater mysteries lay beyond his current understanding, creating a hunger for knowledge and capability that could never be fully satisfied. His relationships with his former companions became increasingly distant as his nature changed, for he could no longer relate to their concerns and motivations with the immediacy he had once felt. Their problems seemed trivial compared to the cosmic forces he now studied. Their emotions appeared shallow when viewed through perceptions that could see the underlying structure of reality itself. He remained fond of them in an abstract sense, but the warmth and spontaneity that had once characterized their friendship was replaced by the cool calculation of one who viewed all relationships in terms of their potential utility. The isolation that resulted from his transformation was both painful and liberating, for it freed him from the emotional constraints that might have limited his pursuit of ultimate knowledge, while denying him the simple pleasures that made such knowledge worth possessing. He had gained the ability to transcend human limitations, but in doing so had lost much of what made him recognizably human. The tragedy of his situation was not that he had become evil, but that he had become something beyond good and evil, existing in a realm where such distinctions had little meaning. Sturm Brightblade's death at the High Clerist's tower had transformed him from a struggling knight into a martyr, whose sacrifice inspired the complete restoration of the knighthood. Yet, this posthumous fame brought its own complications for those who sought to preserve his memory accurately. The legend that grew around his final battle emphasized his heroism while sometimes obscuring the doubt and internal struggle that had made his courage so remarkable. He became a symbol of perfect knightly virtue rather than the flawed but determined man who had actually lived and died for his principles. The restored Knights of Solamnia used Sturm's example as a guide for rebuilding their order, yet they sometimes interpreted his legacy in ways that emphasized rigid adherence to ancient codes rather than the moral flexibility he had actually demonstrated. His true achievement had been learning to apply eternal principles to changing circumstances, but the knights who claimed his inspiration sometimes used his memory to justify an inflexibility that he would not have endorsed. The gap between the historical Sturm and the legendary figure who bore his name grew wider with each passing year, creating tension between those who had known him personally and those who knew only his reputation. Flint Fireforge's death during the final stages of the war deprived the group of its steadying influence and practical wisdom, yet his memory continued to shape their decisions long after his passing. The old dwarf's combination of gruff exterior and loyal heart had provided emotional stability during their darkest hours, while his craftsman's approach to problem-solving had offered alternatives to the more dramatic solutions that younger heroes tended to favor. His absence left a gap in their group dynamic that was never fully filled, though each of them tried to honor his memory by incorporating aspects of his wisdom into their own approaches to life's challenges. Tasselhoff Burfoot's irrepressible optimism and fearless curiosity made him perhaps the most successful of the companions in adapting to peacetime conditions, for his Kender nature allowed him to find adventure and wonder in situations that others might find routine or mundane. His accounts of their wartime experiences, recorded in a series of increasingly elaborate and unreliable memoirs, became some of the most popular literature of the post-war period, spreading knowledge of their adventures while simultaneously distorting the historical record through his tendency toward creative embellishment. The Kender's unique perspective on heroism and adventure proved valuable in inspiring others to embrace the kind of moral courage that the New Age required, even if his stories sometimes emphasized excitement over accuracy. His ability to find humor and hope in even the darkest situations helped to heal some of the psychological wounds that the war had inflicted upon the continent's population, while his fearlessness encouraged others to take the risks necessary for genuine progress and growth. The broader impact of the companions' victory extended far beyond their individual fates, reshaping the political, religious, and cultural landscape of Ansalon in ways that would influence events for generations to come. The defeat of the dragon armies and the restoration of the gods had created a power vacuum that new institutions and leaders rushed to fill, not always with results that honored the sacrifices that had made their freedom possible. The liberated territories faced the complex challenge of rebuilding governmental structures that had been destroyed or corrupted during the occupation, while simultaneously integrating former enemies and collaborators into new political arrangements. Some regions embraced democratic principles that emphasized individual rights and popular participation, while others reverted to traditional monarchies or aristocratic systems that provided stability at the cost of limiting personal freedom. The companions found themselves called upon to mediate these disputes and provide guidance for choices that would shape the future of entire nations. The restoration of organized religion brought its own complications, as different interpretations of divine will competed for influence and authority within the newly re-established temples. The clear moral guidance that had been available during the war gave way to complex theological debates about the proper role of religion in political affairs, the extent to which divine law should supersede secular authority, and the relationship between different faiths that claimed to serve the same cosmic principles. The economic reconstruction of the continent required the rebuilding of trade networks, agricultural systems, and manufacturing capabilities that had been disrupted by years of warfare and oppression. Former Dragon Army territories had to be integrated into new commercial arrangements, while the massive military forces that had been assembled for the final campaign needed to be demobilized and their members reintegrated into civilian life. The process created opportunities for some while displacing others, generating social tensions that sometimes erupted into violence despite the overall peace. Perhaps most significantly, the war's end forced all the peoples of Ansalon to confront fundamental questions about the nature of good and evil, the role of divine intervention in mortal affairs, and the responsibility of individuals to resist tyranny, even when such resistance seemed hopeless. The Companion's example had demonstrated that ordinary mortals could achieve extraordinary things when they were willing to sacrifice personal interests for universal principles, yet it had also shown that such heroism came at costs that few were prepared to pay. The generation that came of age in the war's aftermath grew up with the Companion's deeds as their standard for heroic achievement, creating both inspiration and pressure that shaped their approach to the challenges of peacetime. Some tried to emulate the Companion's example by seeking out injustices to correct and wrongs to right, while others felt intimidated by comparisons to figures whose achievements seemed impossible to match. The legend of the War of the Lance became both a source of hope and a burden of expectation that influenced social and cultural development throughout the continent. As years passed, and the immediate memories of war faded, the Companions found themselves becoming symbols rather than people, their complex humanity gradually obscured by the simplified narratives that societies create to make sense of their history. Their real struggles, doubts, and failures were forgotten or minimized, while their successes were magnified and idealized until they seemed more like forces of nature than mortal individuals who had happened to be in the right place at the right time, with the courage to do what circumstances demanded. Yet perhaps this transformation was itself part of their legacy, for the inspiration that their legend provided proved as valuable as the immediate results of their wartime actions. The knowledge that ordinary people could rise to extraordinary heights when called upon to do so became a source of strength for future generations facing their own challenges and crises. The specific details of their individual personalities mattered less than the eternal truth they had demonstrated, that heroism was not a gift granted to a special few, but a choice available to anyone willing to accept its costs and responsibilities. The cosmic balance that their victory had restored continued to operate through the choices and actions of countless individuals who would never be remembered by history, but whose decisions shaped the moral trajectory of their communities and nations. The War of the Lance had ended, but the eternal struggle between light and darkness continued in new forms and under different circumstances, requiring each generation to rediscover for itself the courage and wisdom necessary to choose correctly when faced with fundamental moral challenges. In the twilight of their lives, those companions who survived to see the world they had helped create would sometimes gather to remember their shared adventures and reflect on the meaning of what they had accomplished. They would speak of friends lost and prices paid, of victories achieved and opportunities missed, of the gap between their intentions and their results. Yet they would also acknowledge that they had been privileged to participate in events that transcended their individual lives, to serve causes greater than themselves, and to demonstrate that even in a universe where gods walked among mortals, it was ultimately human choice and human courage that determined the difference between hope and despair. Their story became part of the eternal library of human experience, a testament to the possibility of heroism in an age that often seemed to offer little opportunity for greatness. Future generations would study their deeds not as a blueprint to be copied exactly, but as an example of how ordinary individuals could respond to extraordinary circumstances with the kind of moral courage that transforms both themselves and their world. The companions of the Lance had shown that heroes are not born but made, forged in the crucible of choice, and tested in the fire of consequence, proving that even the humblest origins can produce the most magnificent destinies when circumstances demand and courage